You got it? Take a video. Take a video. Okay. You ready? Good. Take it. Yeah. Okay. Good morning, everybody. Thank you for being so patient for us to get everything ready. It's an honor to be here among visionaries shaping the future of technology and culture. Today I want to introduce you to Hollywood 3.0, the digital convergence, a new era where the physical and digital worlds merge to redefine how entertainment is created, experienced, and owned. It's a new chapter for Hollywood. For over a century, Hollywood has been the world's storytelling capital. Its stages and screens shaping the global imagination. But we've entered into a new dimension, one where artificial intelligence, virtual and augmented reality, Web3, and live broadcast technologies no longer operate in silos. Together, they are building an interactive, participatory form of entertainment, where audiences don't just watch, they engage, shape, and even co-own the stories. Just as the printed press democratized knowledge and the internet democratized communication, digital entertainment will democratize creativity itself. Every red carpet, festival, or concert becomes a shared ecosystem, and even part experience, part event, and part digital world. Hollywood Broadcast Studios is at the heart of this transformation. A state-of-the-art production live broadcast hub being developed at Hollywood's most iconic venues, which is here in the Chinese and in the Dolby Theater. HBS will deliver high-quality, real-time broadcasts of premieres, festivals, concerts, and runway shows, streamed globally with cinematic perfection. But it's more than just a studio. It's a live media engine powering the next generation of immersive entertainment. The Hollyverse, which is our take on the metaverse in Hollywood, is a digital twin. And the Hollyverse mirrors and amplifies Hollywood's cultural footprint online. Inside the Hollyverse, fans can walk digital red carpets, attend virtual concerts, and explore immersive worlds, all through avatars, NFTs, and tokenized experiences. Imagine watching a premiere form of Tokyo in Sao Paulo, sitting in a digital box seat at the Dolby Theater, chatting with friends in real time, and collecting exclusive content along the way. Next slide. This is not science fiction. It's the future of entertainment already unfolding. The converged experience. Now imagine standing in the real Hollywood red carpet wearing AR glasses, Through a single scan, you unlock a holographic overlay revealing designer backstories, live stats, and access to VIP lounges. Meanwhile, a fan halfway across the globe experiences the same red carpet in the Holyverse as an avatar in a parallel digital world. Both are part of the same story, a global audience experiencing one event together seamlessly across physical and digital spaces. Reimagine Hollywood's infrastructure. This convergence also reshapes Hollywood's physical landscape. Dormant sound stages, which we're all familiar with right now, can now transform into modular themed environments. 1 week a Marvel multiverse pop-up, the next a Netflix original showcase, or a gamified digital Coachella. These stages become immersive cultural playgrounds in blending production, technology, and live participation. So we create a new economy. We equally transform, are transformative are the economies. NFT ticketing ensures secure, fraud-proof access. Token gating offers VIP content and backstage experiences. Digital goods and virtual real estate open new brand opportunities. And creator DAOs empower fans to co-fund projects and share in their success. And I will get into that later on. This creates a two-way marketplace of culture and creativity, turning Hollywood from broadcast model into a collaborative ecosystem where fans, creators, and brands coexist. And today, we're collaborating with Caltech. This vision is strengthened through our partnership with Caltech's Center of Technology and Management Education. Their expertise in AI and machine learning drives personalization, intelligent curation, and above all, responsible data use. Together, we're not only creating new entertainment formats, we're designing the infrastructure and governance that makes them sustainable and ethical. And I'm sure they'll be speaking about that today. A shared future. Hollywood has always been where stories begin. Now, with Hollywood Broadcast Studios and the Holyverse, it becomes the place where stories live, evolve, and belong to everyone. And I mean everyone because we will have a lot of partners in this development. And this is a playground for everybody to play on. The future of entertainment isn't about what we watch, it's about how we participate. And that future starts here, and I'd like to thank you very much. And I'd like to pass this on to my partner, Savak Petrosian, that I've known for, I think, 30 or something years.
Oh my God.
Yeah, we've traveled around the world. He's an experienced architect, and I'm a technical director, visionary kind of person, but I always lean on him. And we are developing not only what is called digital placemaking, which is in Hollywood, but we are thinking about other places. Why not the Parc of Mars, where the Tour Eiffel is, or other things. But we've leaned on to go to work on museums and create digital museums, which are physical, digital spaces. And he will express that a little bit and about his sentiments about what we're doing.
Thank you very much, Sean. Really, truly appreciate. Thank you all for coming and joining this event. This is really just exciting. I cannot just say more than that. And I also want to thank LA Tech and also TSL Chinese Theater to provide all this opportunity for us today. So we are here to understand and seek new ways for what we do. I've been in this industry for over 25 years. I was just talking to some friends here that we worked on like multiple projects. The my experience is mostly in the themed industry, creating attractions, theme parks, resorts, museums, and such. And in this industry, they also need the architect, the ones that come in and create and imagine the physical space, how it is, how it lays out, how guest moves, what the guest does, and how all the technologies come together in composition to make the story and guest experience happen. So, and some of my projects that I'm just going to mention so you know, my first project in the industry was Star Trek The Experience, and all the way to projects like Terminator, Spider-Man, The Dark Ride, and lately Pirates of Caribbean and Zootopia in Shanghai, Disneyland. So today, my interest and what we are here is mostly about new ways of using what we have been doing all these years, which was truly creating stories, but based on fantasy ideas, based on creating a fantasy, mostly fantasy environments, like whether it's future, whether it's in the past, whether it's completely like Star Wars or anything else that comes to my mind. Now, with this opportunities and new technologies that has emerged, we can actually take guests into the real world and real spaces where guests can experience just being in anywhere around the world and seeing and experiencing the environment as close and as in detail as possible. So now, since we're talking about digital, high tech, now I'm going to use low tech the version to continue on my conversation here. So, as I said, the theme industry has been remaking itself every year as technology is continually evolving. At the same time, the focus of location-based entertainment, which we call LBE, has been on fantasy storytelling and captivating fantasy environments, providing guests with deep interactivity regardless of the time period it was presented. Now, LBX is opening completely new opportunities both in physical architectural design and digital architectural environments, as well as the composition of technological components and the virtual real architectural world with guest circulation and interaction in a combined space that we call phygital. We've been doing this for a long time, but now with the real world, it's a new page. Naturally, that's where my interest lies, right? As I just mentioned, the physical and virtual architecture, something that one cannot experience with, in fact, with the home VR goggles or anything tools that possible at home. Let's put this in here so I could use the phone. This is giving us totally new opportunities and flexibility to present large, complex scenes regardless of spatial limitations. We are able to present, for example, monumental historical architecture, but design it within the bounds of the narrative and within the parameters of a physical space allocated to the experience. So we can fit an entire world into a space like this or half. Within this new composition of technologies being presented in this forum, we are opening capabilities beyond what has been done before, while creating a means to take guests into the real world, allowing them to experience cultural events such as red carpet moments, prestigious film festivals, or even exploring inside historical cultural landmarks. Each of these experiences will be able to offer extreme levels of detail never seen before, allowing guests for front seat access to unexpected experiences with ability to interact with the environment as they are truly there. As we mentioned, I founded Next Step Design, the company, over 10 years ago, and the real goal of the company was to be an, a research and development company and into combining technologies. That's something that is really not really looked at, how everything comes together. And we developed multiple projects, including, in fact, we're not showing today the esports and and such. But today, I'm happy actually to share one of the projects that we're working now because of the historical aspects and such in Armenia, in fact. So we can start. Oh, there we go. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Um, so. So this is actually a project that is built in 70s at Soviet times. As you can see, it has 5 different courtyards. You walk over it, it's green space, but there are museums under. There are 5 museums. In fact, it has one of the largest collections of glass art in there, including some other art. Next. This is one of the, and I apologize for the alarm, but it's one of the courtyards that we are seeing here. And they used Armenian sundial pattern right in the center a lot in this project. This was designed by one of the really amazing architects in Armenia who was my professor and instructor. Next, please. Now, as you could see, right at the red area, this complex didn't finish. It basically ended up half done at the time. And now the idea is to complete the project and bring it to the level, as you could see, the awe you see, you're looking at the project, but it's absolutely not known to the world. And we want to bring it to the world and also present and connect it to both history and culture. Next, please. That's the area. This is a view of the project. Next, please. This is the architectural solutions on the project, how we are thinking to complete the project, which is going to include multiple types of experiences, including a virtual history museum representing Armenians' history and culture from literally Stone Age until today. Next, please. And right at the end, we are finishing the project with another large sundial. Next, please. And we are creating an entire new. This is 24 meters wide. You see the people on scale there. A new way of, I'm going to start reading now. This is actually better to read.
This is fused glass, by the way.
Yes. So, right in here. So what we are doing here is, it would be the first experience of bring guests inside a large scale city clock. This becomes a new city clock for the capital, inspired by iconic historical Armenian sundial. Guests will be able to learn how to tell time by following the path of the sun, as well as a cultural historama presenting the birthdays and hours of the prominent people in Armenian history. This sundial is based on ideas developed by Sean Barrett right here, overlaying stained glass with projection and LED to tell stories, and will become a unique icon that complements the Cascade Museum complex. So truly, this is going to be something very unique and groundbreaking for the world. Next, please. And another view of it. This is all in work in progress. We will have amazing renders coming very soon. Next, please. This shows a section. I'm not going into the technical side of it, but just showing how the sundial is viewed both from outside and also to create the theater inside, so we can view an experience from an indoor space looking back to it. Next, please. Now, our next project here is the History Museum that we're using various types of technologies from AR, VR, to 3D screen, multimedia with actors, circle vision, motion bases, to basically to tell not only the history, also take people really to the place, to the location. So to achieve this type of compelling historical experience, various technologies do need to be carefully selected and deployed. Different types of multimedia, AR, VR technologies, and 5D theaters work in unison with to take guests into an engaging historical journey. The high detailed content will be made using drone-based laser and LiDAR scanning technologies to make the experience as real and believable possible. The content will be made utilizing LiDAR technologies along with aerial photography and video using drones coupled with GIS spatial data technologies and many other compositions of technologies as it is presented right in here. Next, please. And even we're using right there the flying theater, soaring over California, now using it as soaring over Armenia. Next, please. These are some of the other aspects of the project. Next, please. Just stay there. So this is a little bit more rendered version of the exterior. And so ultimately, we want to transport the user to a one-on-one real-world experience, to an immersive experience built that guides them into a tour and narrative-based simulation that truly captures the space, the culture, and the design sensibility to that specific urban or historical location. This is connecting people to place, connecting people to history, connecting people to architecture, connecting people to monuments, and connecting people to people. This is an important aspect of cultural and historical preservation as well, in addition to the economic bonus of virtual and educational tourism in any local location experiencing the world never before. We can travel around the world in our shopping mall. This is reminding us some of the movies you've seen, like you walk in, you're right in there and you're traveling around the world. Appreciate expanding on this experience. These are just some of the ideas we want to bring together for LBX, location-based experience, in different from LBE, and creating new page in experiential architecture. Thank you all.
Yeah, Jack, I guess.
Okay, is this on?
Yes, you're ready.
So, I want to say what they said. It's just so refreshing to hear people actually talk about the same thing that I'm talking about for a change. I've been working on this concept for quite a while. My company is called Smart City Labs. I was introduced to Sean by someone named Roberta Perry, who's one of the legends, literally, in the themed entertainment business. But subsequent to that, I was introduced to Sean by Jerry Newman at the Hollywood Chamber of Commerce. So there's a lot of people sort of working on the idea of really the theme of the conference today, which is the idea of a digital complement to physical Hollywood. So it picks up on some of the themes that have been mentioned so far. But where we're coming from, so Smart City Labs has created something called Digital Alpha. In the real estate business, alpha is the value that's created when you buy a physical asset and you redo the lobby and you change the decor or whatever it is. Digital alpha is the ecosystem that we bring to it, which is everything from enhanced connectivity, so fiber and wireless, but also sensor networks that can monitor the performance of the building. And that is all then piped into something that we call the cognitive twin. It's a digital twin, but cognitive meaning it's actually thinking because it's taking the inputs from all that live data and presenting that in a 3D manner that allows mere mortals, like people like me in the real estate business, to look at something and understand the data that they're being presented. Because you are building that in the Unreal Engine, you're almost there in terms of building a game, so that opens the door to some really exciting possibilities as it relates to user engagement. So the idea here is not to replace the physical world in any way, it's to complement it and to add to that user experience. So as was mentioned, there's applications in museums and zoos and all sorts of things, shopping malls, which was my business. But if you think about how this applies to Hollywood, it's probably the best use case you can imagine. First of all, it's part of the city of LA, so it's got lousy infrastructure. It's really bad connectivity as it relates to making a phone call or internet connectivity. And if you actually look at a map of the infrastructure of Hollywood, you'd laugh. In Canada, they call it a dog's breakfast. But basically, it's an illustration of what happens when the free market is let to install infrastructure. So one building has a big fat pipe leading into it, and the building next door has zero connectivity. So sorry to get off on the infrastructure front, but it's intelligent infrastructure is sort of the underlying support that everything relies on. But if you think about Hollywood specifically, there's this thing called the Walk of Fame, which is 2,800 stars in the sidewalk that was a 1960s Chamber of Commerce idea about bringing people to come to Hollywood. It's successful in that way, and if you can go out in front of this building and see that for yourself, people start walking down the block, and about a block and a half in, they're like, okay, we're done. Because if you think about it, it's an inherently digital experience, but it's completely analog. So when you're standing on someone's star, what you really want to know is who's this person and what did they do. All of those products, all of the the results of that person's career are now in a digital format likely. And yes, there are all sorts of implications that relates to IP rights, all of which can be handled electronically, of course, digitally. But again, it goes back to the intelligent infrastructure. How do I deliver that experience with zero latency? Because people's attention span now is about 3 seconds. So if I don't deliver that experience to you right away, you're going to move on to the next star, which, by the way, is 6 inches away. But if you think about what that means in terms of Hollywood, the community, and the industry, it allows for both the discovery of content that's been produced in the last 100 years of Hollywood history, but it also allows for monetization. The story I often refer to is a lot of people never heard of The Rifleman, but it is now one of the most popular shows on, it's either on Tubi or Hulu. It's an old 1950s Western that was rediscovered, mostly because it was cheap and something that could be distributed broadly. Think about all the amazing content that has been created in Hollywood over the last century that has been left aside and has been forgotten that could be redeployed using this kind of format. So that's sort of the big idea. And just to wrap up, I have to say that part of this is a personal legacy for me. About 30 years ago, I walked into a guy's office at the Walt Disney Company, and he had this rendering of a movie set. And it was actually an idea that was originally came up by Ray Bradbury, and it was the idea of creating a place that was based on the idea of the first tourist attraction related to the movie business in Hollywood, which was the set that D.W. Griffith built for the movie Intolerance. It actually stood on Sunset Boulevard down by where the Vista Theater is today. Anyway, so we took the project, bought the project from Disney, and the executive at Disney and I convinced the Academy Awards to come here to anchor the Dolby Theater. What people don't realize is part of that project was a layer of digital experience much like what we're talking about today. So here we are 30 years later talking about the same thing. We're just talking about newer technologies that allow us to really tell the story. So the invitation for everyone here is to participate in this. As you can see, there's a lot of people looking at this in very different ways. But the opportunity is huge, not just in Hollywood, but around the world, to tell the story of our places and the people that inhabited them, and really have a different kind of experience that really helps people understand the culture of where they're at. So, welcome to Hollywood 3.0.
So, yeah, and with that, I'd like to kick off something. Yeah, with Michael Ronan. He's going to present a little project. Thank you, Michael, and we've taken a long time to explain this project, but I think it's because we really want to share this to everybody, that they come on board with us. So you'll be able to get in touch with us after the show or even beyond that. And I'll leave the thing to Michael. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Michael Ronen. I'm an immersive designer, creative technologist, and the author of The Guide to the Play Economy. I started as a theater director. I created worlds where the audience can participate inside. And I took this idea with me that participation transforms understanding. And I took it to XR and AI companies, startups that I've done, and I always had the same question: how can we use imagination to empower our humanity? I recently did a TEDx talk called How Artificial Intelligence Can Grow Our Emotional Intelligence. And that's actually something really relevant to what we're going to try here for the first time in the Chinese theater. So the play economy, it's not about gamification, and it's not about leaderboards. Play, in its most genuine form, it's about how we adapt, how we learn, how we imagine new realities. When a child learns, when a child play pretends, they simulate the future. When an actor plays a character, they embody this perspective. When a designer prototypes, they simulate before reality catches up. That's the power of play. We can become our customers, become our citizens, our students, to create better relationships, better systems. And what a better place to talk about it than here, the Chinese theater, where creator and audiences have met for over a century, where literally stars have put their hands on the ground, a metaphor to say, your story touched the world, and the world touches back. That's what the play economy is about. It's about working with your audience, working with AI. Because in this new AI era, the future belongs to those who can embody another perspective. And that's what we're going to try here. A lot of news about AI, fear from deepfakes and job loss, and those are all really big problems. But what if we look at AI instead of a mask as a mirror? What if we look at AI to see ourselves better, to examine our humanity, to work on our emotional intelligence, on our empathy? So today I want to try something here in the Chinese theater with you. For the first time, I would like to create a vision reel. A vision reel is a way for us to create a protopia, a pragmatic utopia, a teaser for a future which is a win-win situation for all of us. And to do that, I brought a group of friends, dear, dear friends, who are AI creators from the Los Angeles scene. I've met them here at the Machine Cinema community events, where we generate videos in few hours. And the power of those creators coming together and working with AI is so special. So please stand up for a moment. I would like just to welcome you all here. Just like stand up if you can. Raise your hands, stand, clap your hands for those amazing creators who have joined us today. Thank you so much for joining us. You can have a seat. And what we're going to try to do now, we have a very short time. The event is running shorter, so we are just going to jump in. We are going to create a live AI vision reel film with this group of creators together. This is a participatory story. We're going to talk about the future of Hollywood, and specifically Hollywood Boulevard. So what I want everyone for a second, close your eyes. Everyone, just close your eyes. And I want you to embody this perspective, how you walked into the theater. What did you see? And now I want you to imagine a different reality. I want to imagine your future Hollywood Boulevard. What would you see there in the street? How different would it be if it would be an inclusive, empathetic place, a creative space? What would it mean if it would be a win-win situation for everyone? Now, our creators, take your notes, and everyone open your eyes, and I want you to think about one word. This is your prompt. Every creative process starts with your prompt. For now, you are the LLMs, the language learning models. What is the one word that you see when you imagine the new future Hollywood Boulevard? Okay, let's start with that, and we take notes. For example, I see some more gardens and more sustainable driving vehicles. Please, anyone, feel comfortable to share. Amusement. Walkable. Theater with women. Cleaner streets. Theater that touch all 5 senses. Write it down, creators. Solar panel. Parks. Immersive virtual parks. Surrealism. Joy. Embodied intelligence. Creators, do you get all of this? Yes? Beautiful. I'd like to invite some of the creators, and I will just interview them as they are starting their prompting process. In the end of those 4 panels that we have today, I will screen on this screen here our collective movie. Okay? I'd like to present Brogan. Come on stage, please. Woz, come on stage, please. Julia, come on stage. Maria, come on stage, just for a quick interview. Yeah, just have a seat. I just want to introduce you to the team here and understand a little bit. If you can just tell us, what did you do, if you present your name, and what did you do before AI entered your life?
Okay. How's everyone doing? My name's Wes Armstrong. I am a filmmaker. I've been in the industry about 20 years. And I grew a lot on social media really early on. So I raised about like 3 million followers collectively. And I've been in the AI space for about 4 to 5 years. But over the last 6 months, I really took the deep dive into it and really bridging the gap between live filmmaking and this AI filmmaking. And they're kind of calling it neo-cinema. So I've been enjoying the ride.
Beautiful. And Dominic is filming us live as we talk. Julia, can you share with me, what does AI creativity means for you?
AI creativity puts the power back into the creative's hands. I think there are limitless potential and opportunities that I've been able to be a part of that wasn't possible before. We're about to see and hear stories that wouldn't have been able to be told before, and it's a really exciting time. I think if you're on the fence about using generative AI, then potentially you don't understand or you don't want to tell that story bad enough, because this is literally giving you that opportunity.
Thank you so much. Julia was with us in a retreat we did in Topanga with a group of AI creators where we work with a brand and we try to create prototypes for the brand before going online with AI content to try and feel what does it mean to do AI content. Brogan, you were there as well. Can you share with me your process in creating content like that? What is the first thing that you do?
I usually try to distill it down to like, what is an idea that I have built up, at least taste-wise, that I enjoy, right? I really love what I think Quentin Tarantino said about this. Like, he didn't go out trying to make movies that he thought other people were going to enjoy. He made movies that he thought he would enjoy. It just so happened that other people liked what he was making. And I think that that's like an important thing to keep mind of, is like when you're creating, you're like, am I having fun? Am I enjoying this? And then you go and you test it. You know, you show it to your brother or your parent or a friend, and if they enjoy it, then you start to expand outside of that to is it really working? But you have to build that taste, right?
Amazing. So the part of the fun, part of the engagement. Thank you so much for coming on stage. I would like to call Vienna, Maria, and Kenny, if you are here, just to finish this last bit. So as you understand, part of the process, if you can show us what you're doing right now, we will film you from the back on the Sorab, just to understand the art of prompting. Part of the big process that we do is also to use synthetic audiences. So you used to bring your film to the screen and then get the feedback. But now you can use those synthetic AI test groups that can give you feedback on your messaging, on your emotion, and you can use them. And here you have, Ken, you are now using Sora 2, right? This is an open AI. How do you usually prompt it? Can you explain to us?
Well, I do a couple of different things, but really what I like is to be inspired in real time by events, other people, pictures, and try to use it more as like a journaling kind of experience. So I was just inspired by like the idea of like, okay, we're going to bring the Walk of Fame to life. So in this case, what I did is I have my cameo in here. I'm wearing a tuxedo. Last weekend, I went to a wedding and I made a cameo of myself in a tuxedo, and all of a sudden I was like, okay, this is like a different character.
So cameo, just so we are clear, you capture your face and then you can place yourself and you become the hero of the video, correct?
Yes, and then I was like, okay, well, if I was walking down, like I would want to find Marilyn Monroe's star, and then she appears. And so I wrote this prompt, just in the last 30 seconds.
So how satisfying it is that you can create something and immediately get a feedback on it, and in the process, you can immediately show it to the audiences. As we see, Vienna, you're working here on desktop, the same application, correct? Yes, so you have here a group of other creators that you can bring in your video. So what does it mean to you to create a video where you bring some other colleagues inside the video and immediately release it? Do you think this is possibly, she's prompting while we're talking, this is really impressive. This is a new maybe format of communication?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's a new format of like socializing, I suppose, and bringing together stories between friends online through social apps.
This is really interesting because we have those WhatsApp groups that we communicate and we create and co-create stories together. So you see emergent stories coming together. Maria, you're actually working in the film industry traditionally, and then you're coming to our sessions and you're generating. Do you see a cultural change?
What I think the best part of traditional and emerging media for me is the community. And so I think the sense of being, when you're on a set, whether it's like a 5-person set or a 300-person set, you want to have a wonderful culture. You want everyone to feel empowered. You want people to have their domain in which they make decisions and are trusted with those decisions. And everybody has something to add when they're at the top of their craft. And what I think has been really exciting for all of us here, and that's why we all showed up for this event, for you, Michael, is because I think the AI community, at least in LA, is very inclusive. It's very collaborative, and it's sort of mirroring that experience that you get on set. Vienna and I met at AI on the Lot just a few months ago, and already she's putting me in really embarrassing videos where we're the Three Stooges, so thanks for that. But that's really, I think, has been the surprise and excitement. And I think, there's genuine concerns that, the digital world makes us more siloed. But for us, there's been.
Beautiful. Okay. Thank you so much, Maria Vienna. We'll resolve it later. Thank you so much. This is beautiful. Clap some hands for our AI creators. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for coming on stage. And really, I want to say, Maria really hit it on the nerve because we see a cultural change. We're going to talk a lot about technology today. I just wanted to put this context out there, right? We have this human technology. It's quite incredible. Let's use AI. Let's use AI filmmaking to bring our audience inside the story. Let's create a new Hollywood, a collaborative Hollywood. And in the end of those 4 panels, we will project our emergent collaborative story. I've been Michael Ronen. I will invite you to our upcoming event in the Tech Week, both the Impact Jam that we're doing in November and as well this Saturday, Nature Meets Technology. Would love to see you there. And thank you and welcome to the Play Economy. Thank you. I think we'll go now to our first panel. Sean?
Hello? Joan? Yeah.
No, 4. Mic test. Mic test.
Test, test. Oh.
The
Yes.
on button.
That's amazing.
Here we have the leaders in AI.
We're
and
so great at
still
technology here, y'all.
Looking for the power switch.
You have it? Where? Oh, no. Yeah.
Welcome. Good morning. Hi. Our AI intro is now on the wall. Okay. Okay. So we have Roy Laughlin. I'd let him introduce himself. His background as a GM and massive radio, KISS FM, and many other networks, etc. Please introduce yourself.
Yeah, like she was saying, is that I ran KISS FM for about 12 years here in LA, and we bought some radio stations. We've started a lot of YouTube channels recently, and my wife does the morning show on Coast, still LNK, and so we work with Eli Samahai here at the Chinese Theater, who's got a lot of innovative things coming. He just bought the Dolby Theater. Sean, I'm excited to be a part of the Hollywood Digital Studios with Sean because it's something that, it's what made KISS FM special in the radio business. I used to say we really weren't special, we were just in Hollywood. So the whole rest of the radio industry idolized us because we were here. It really wasn't even that, I hired Seacrest to replace Rick Dees after many years of working with Rick, but it was really just the physical location that made us so special. And I tried to make sure that we didn't blow that with everybody, you know, internationally, but I'd make sure that people in LA understood that we need to still work like we're not like that, right? But that's why this digital studios makes total sense to me, because you're exporting what the rest of the world really wants.
Excellent, thank you. And we also have Evo Henning, and she comes from a background of immersive. She's in education. She's done a lot of shorts using AI. Please give us a lead
Sure.
in.
Hi, I'm Evo. I lived here working in television and in other omni-channel media. I started in immersive and interactive in 2004 and was in live and broadcast radio before that. But figuring out how to connect games, campaigns, social impact, I started using AI in my workflows in 2013. Mostly for government projects at YouTube Studios. But figuring out now as a filmmaker, as a storyteller, and as someone who cares about impact, cultural heritage, and building beautiful futures, I wrote a book called Prompt Craft and a new app called Reality Craft. And my goal is to help you build the worlds you want to live in.
Excellent, thank you so much. And we have Jocelyn Sue Amandour, and she is the co-founder and president of AR Wall, whom I have to throw in a good hurrah for them, because my team, Ronin Film Virtual Production, did 2 mega grants with Epic Games, and pulling my team in when no one understood what we were doing before The Mandalorian was released. It was Jocelyn and Renee who gave us a demo that really explained the parallax, and once the parallax was unveiled, everything was possible. Please give us some information about yourself.
Hello. Okay. Hi. So I'm Jocelyn. I am one of the co-founders of AR Wall. We are one of the inventors of virtual production. And I don't know, I've worked in the filmmaking space since I was a kid in high school. We made a project that went viral back in 2002. And so I kind of really got a sense of, so just a reminder, 2002, there's no YouTube. Internet is mostly dial-up. People were downloading our video, a 15-minute long movie that we made for fun. And we got over 3 million views of this. With dial-up internet as like the main way that people got, you know, how to watch stuff online, which is really the beginning. So, you know, so I've already been in this tech side with filmmaking for a long time. It was only in the last 10-ish years that we kind of stumbled into being able to add like the XR, VR, AR world into filmmaking as well, and creating what people call virtual production, and what you know from Mandalorian and all these other big film projects and TV shows now. But yeah, we're really excited about the direction of this today, because, you know, with Gen AI, with all these new technologies coming in, the kind of where filmmaking and where creativity is really going, the collaborative nature of all of this is really, really exciting time to be working in this space and just welcoming more creators and more people to the process.
And thank you very much. And for the showstopper, we've got Sean Barrett here, who has put this wonderful program on today. He comes from location-based entertainment, now building new companies to have Hollywood broadcast. And why don't you share some of that with us?
Thank you. Well, first of all, I would like to thank the women on this panel, because that's my vision, is that, you know, to empower women in the industry. We feel that that's very important. So we've, with Roy, my partner, and Missy Valdez, which she's not here, she's the president of the Hollywood Broadcast Studios, we expect to have that studio 80% empowered by women. Because we feel that they are the storytellers. If you remember your mother, she was the one that read your book at night time. She made this beautiful cuisine. She did a lot of different things. She was always telling the stories. And she, even when you came back home, sometimes all the furniture in the house would be in different rooms and etc. And you'd say, what's going on here? So thank you very much, ladies, for coming. In fact, most of the panel today was going to be men, but then something serendipity happened. Yeah, my background is in location-based entertainment. I started with Disney Imagineering when I was 20, by chance. I was a driver in the summer holidays, and then all of a sudden they adopted me, and that was it. And I just had a humbling career, over 30 countries I've worked in, and with leaders, governments, and it's just been a wonderful journey. And then now I was in Saudi Arabia nearly 3 years, and I'd met Eli Samaha, the chairman of the Chinese, and he was calling me and he said, "You've got to come to Hollywood, we've got to redo this." And then about a year ago, he introduced me to Roy Laughlin, and we've been building this little thing with a very tight-knit, very stealth, and we still have a lot of surprises that are coming forward, and patents as well, I have to say. And then Jack Ellis and a lot of people in Hollywood that we want to make this dream come true. So we'll be going forward. Thank you so much.
Great, thank you. Thank you. And I'm Joan Webb. I'll introduce myself. I'm with Ronin Film. We're a micro studio specializing in virtual production, all things production-wise. We're also doing indie film self-distribution and first-run theaters. So I'm excited on this panel today because having been pioneering in virtual production for, since about 2019, and now stepping back and having this experience, it's kind of interesting to look at the people on this platform today. So we have radio, we have education and immersive, we have hardware with Jocelyn for AR Wall, and then we have location-based entertainment. But what's interesting to me is, like, as we've had these conversations building up, it's, like how it's all come together, and from all these different quadrants, where we are together now. I was having a discussion with Sean about location-based entertainment, and he was saying we were doing immersive way back then and before virtual production. And you know what? He's right. At the theme parks, etc. So, I thought that was very interesting because, everybody's been talking about it since virtual production, since 2019, 2020. But really, it's the theme parks that were bringing it to us with the rides, etc. So why don't you give us a little start in on how, how location-based entertainment has really developed through all these hardware, softwares, and technologies.
Yeah, so obviously, I believe that that happened, late 1800s. It happened in Effling Park and different theme parks actually in Europe. Disney actually went to Europe and he saw these parks and he thought, okay, how can I bring film animation that he was going through to bring it to life and giving a more immersive experience. And he, of course, as you know, Winnie the Pooh, and that wasn't, there's a lot of Cinderellas and etc. Those were stories that were from, long time in Europe created, and he just brought all these immersive things to life. And this is what he did in his theme park. So it was, I think that's where it started. But I would say that if we're talking about new technologies, Disney actually created what was called the Epcot, Experimental Prototype Community of Tomorrow, and that was the smart city, actually, his dream was. And it was his last dream, but it wasn't built before he died. And so they changed it to a theme park, right? And coming to Hollywood, we've seen, how can we do thematic? How can we do something interesting here? And I want to take off an idea that was developed in Epcot Center. They created what was called the World Showcase with countries around this lake. It wasn't supposed to be there at the beginning. And people visited all these different countries. People from those countries, you know, a really genuine experience. And that, if we take a reflection to what happened in Hollywood, this same thing. We are sitting in the Chinese theater, right? 1927, Chinese theater. Chinese people weren't considered what they are considered today, right? It was different. So it was a big risk for him to say, okay, I'm going to name this. And the Egyptian theater. So it was, Hollywood was the same kind of concept that they did in Epcot. They wanted to bring people from around the world. And we lost that. We lost that connectivity of Hollywood to the rest of the world. And that's created a little bit of a problem. So what we can do now in location-based entertainment inside Hollywood is to bring back that history, right? So for example, why not a Hollywood Bollywood theater, right? Why not theaters along Hollywood Boulevard that actually brings the world together? Because that's how people feel. They feel, you know, that Hollywood belongs to them, but then there's this disconnect. And I would say that there's a lot of people here from different countries, right, that make up Hollywood and all this. So this is where we, location-based entertainment, can bring a flavor to back to Hollywood.
Wonderful, thank you. And I want to move over to Ivo, and I wanted to ask you, what has inspired your transition from traditional broadcast, film, and TV production into AI and XR?
So many things. I started out as a traditional filmmaker making indie film, and then I worked in television quite a bit, as well as in radio. And I saw around 2005 the power of immersive worlds to radically change people's minds. And Mikhail pointed to that earlier in terms of embodiment, changing your perspective, and interactivity changing your agency. Learning to do something once in an immersive space changes how you approach that in a physical space. So around 2005, I jumped into virtual worlds and started creating worlds that were storytelling worlds, but also live event worlds. Now, 20 years later, we see lots of those experiences in our headsets, but also in our smart glasses and on the web using WebXR. I now see, using interoperability, that we are able to bring stories straight to the web for everyone. And that's so exciting. We don't have some of the same hurdles we had either technically or in distribution. So as an independent storyteller and as someone who likes empowering the next generations of creative storytellers to make beautiful worlds, I got very excited. The web gave us this wide open space where we could do anything. And virtual platforms then allow us to create imaginative new worlds. So today I'll scan a splat of a physical place like this amazing theater and then play it forward and say, okay, what do we want to live here 50 years from now? How do we want to interact differently with these places? And then how can we use that to inform better decision-making processes? So I love the world building process. I think for me, it's exciting to give people direct experience with that, and immersive experience combined with interactivity does that for me.
Great, thank you. Thank you. And moving over to Roy, who comes from the radio background. Given your experience building compelling content at KISS FM, how do you see virtual production, or how have you seen, not see, you've already been witnessing this, virtual production changing the storytelling capabilities for radio personalities transitioning to video podcast?
Yeah, podcasting has taken a medium that was locked into a geography where your signal would cover. So you were focused on trying to give relevant information in that window. And then you've got these very talented people who now can do a feature from their show and reach a lot more people on YouTube around the country than they can reach underneath that signal. So they're only limited by their creativity on YouTube or a podcast. And you know, some of the big examples that a lot of people know about is like this Great Heights podcast with the Kelsey brothers. I mean, it's now going to be on Prime. It's a television show. So a lot of people are looking at podcasting as a starter place to bring it to a movie or to bring it to television, like the Murdaugh Murders just recently was on Hulu. It was on Hulu yesterday, and it was a 56 series podcast. Well, at some point when you've got 10 million downloads of that and you're a filmmaker you say, well, there's something that people are probably interested in. Let's go with that. So we're becoming this kind of like starting engine. It's becoming a starting engine for a lot more creativity. The virtual production, if you could take a podcast and then suddenly have this kind of low cost, relatively speaking, to going out on site or on location, you could really, and we're doing it with a couple of the podcasts now, you can really create this feeling that this is a big time show, and it's a radio DJ who finished their shift and now we're doing this, right? So it's a huge opportunity. And I always tell people in the radio business, because we're kind of famous to all the other radio people, we're just lucky to be here where this stuff is available, and come to a seminar like this and meet these people. And you just don't realize how game changing that is, just to be able to sit across from those people and transform what you do,
We're charging the mic. So anyway, with the background of hardware and AR for Jocelyn, what changes are you seeing? Like specifically, I know you have a new application for your AR wall. It's AR XR. Is that what it's called?
It's called AirFX Infinite Studio. So AirFX is our terminology for the virtual production stuff, but also just generally our technology, our plugins, our software and stuff like that.
And what makes it unique for filming? What are the advantages that we're going to see in this new iteration?
Yeah, so I think most people are pretty familiar with virtual production as it exists on these huge projects. So tentpole films, Mandalorian, you see the huge volumes, big LED walls, and while that's something that HeroWall has been a part of, and we've made that something that, like, I guess the film industry is now regularly just like, yes, this is another thing we can use in our toolbox. Our team actually came from indie filmmakers, commercial makers, video game makers, and so when we merged the AR, VR hardware with LED walls and some really powered servers, we were able to create what virtual production is kind of generally known for. But at the root of it, we're really, we work with tiny micro budgets. That's my past, is I don't, if I don't have to spend the extra money, I'd rather not. I'd rather put it in what you're actually going to see. So we really specialized in trying to make this virtual production more accessible to all filmmakers, not just people who have millions and millions of dollars, which is great. If you have the money for it and your budget has it, then go for those huge stages. It's awesome. It's a great place to be creating stuff. But for the rest of us who have our stories that we want to tell, and we want to put our actors in front of these LED walls, that's where AR Wall comes in. So we've been producing software to go along with the hardware that, like the LED wall behind me or something like that, or even with like a TV screen or a projection screen. We really want to meet you at whatever level you've got. So you've got a big screen TV in your living room, we could work with that. You can do virtual production on that. And that's what our software does. AirFX Infinite Studio is our next iteration of that. Essentially, what used to take, millions of dollars, huge teams, really expensive servers, now you can probably take, I've seen it work on a laptop. So if you have a powered Windows laptop, we're going to actually support Mac very soon. I know a lot of filmmakers are Apple users. My dad worked at Apple, so it's always been a dream for us to kind of bring people who are used to Macs to be able to do virtual production as well. So you could do it with a laptop or hire a server. You can do it with off-the-shelf hardware like HTC Vive trackers, or even some of the higher-end ones. But you can do it. You can start it from very cheap. And then with our software, we've got this. We call it AirFX app with the Infinite Studio in it, which essentially you could actually pre-purchase, pre-made scenes that are already ready. They're pre-lit. You don't need to go find a bunch of artists to build scenes for you. You could pre-purchase with us, these ones that have already been built with virtual production in mind. Or if you're like, no, I want to build my own scene. Like, I want to come up with one right now and collaborate with my team and throw something up on the screen right now. That's what Infinite Studio is. It's a generative AI powered chat agent essentially that will take whatever prompt, and if you're not like one of these awesome like AI prompters, who know what to tell the AI to get what you want, that's okay. Our chat agent is essentially able to take whatever you want. Like you can say, I want to be in space on Mars, and it'll just take that. You don't even have to write, I want it to look like something that works for film. All these other words that keywords that usually you have to add in there. We make it simple so that if you're just like, I want a backdrop for this, it will create it for you in a matter of like minutes or less. And then on top of that, we're not just creating like still images. We can also help you create it in a virtual production, like parallax perspective. So you could then essentially take it into our software, our AirFX app, and essentially load it up within a few minutes. You've got a depth map going with your scene, and you essentially can do a moving camera shot. And it really takes maybe as little as like 5 minutes. It kind of just depends on how long you get to the right kind of image and video stuff that you're looking for. So yeah, that is kind of like what we are offering now, and there's more to come. Just because with this AI software, the technology is just improving every day. The stuff that Sora 2 is doing, it's amazing. You can put people in there. There's a lot more stuff coming, and I think that's just where it's this virtual, like digital, physical world merging is just really exciting for everyone. Really, I think it's just we're empowering everyone to have access to this, so that everyone can tell their stories.
Right, very good. And I have like a little bit of a personal question that I want to add on to that, because the last time I saw your wall, it was a specific size. Are you keeping your wall small, or do you have? How are you presenting your wall? Do you have a soft wall yet, or is it still a hard wall? What are you doing with that?
I mean, it's whatever wall you want to use, right? So in the past, we were, the LED walls are great because it's just got a really good imagery. But I know that projection walls, the technology there is really catching up as well. So,
right.
And that can be a little bit cheaper than
right.
buying an LED wall. But honestly, it's like whatever you want to whatever screen you want, like that we can work with it. As
right.
long as you can plug it into a computer, like that's all we really need. We just need to be able to put something on that screen, whether it's like I know there's probably coming up like rollable TVs, and the technology is just endless, really. So it's like whatever screen you can get access to, that's what we can empower you to control.
And Evo, how are you finding these new changes and such, like what she's talking about? Because the AI is really what's moving the machine. A year and a half ago, Sora was the render farms down in South America, and it took really millions and millions of dollars, and people didn't realize that. What are you seeing in the transitions, and what like Jocelyn's creating and using? How does that integrate?
I'm a big fan of AR Wall, and I'm public about that because they've allowed for the independent storytellers to do something that looks pro level. And what she was just describing on the prompt level is great, but you can also take your existing images, take your splats, take your scans, and bring those together with generative content. So from a world building perspective, you go from weeks and weeks and weeks of building in Unreal Engine to something that you can pull off in hours.
Great, great. And what about you? How are you seeing the changes in what you're planning for with AI, et cetera?
Well, yes. I mean, obviously, yeah, in consideration to the broadcast studio, of course. Yeah, we're starting here with a live broadcast studio, and if we apply full stack AI, the Convergence has got to a point where we can do what with 5 people it would have been 70 or 80 people, and that allows us to be competitive in the broadcast landscape. Something that, if you remember E-Entertainment, when they started on our red carpet, by the way, and all of those platforms started, TMZ, etc. With microphones like this, and then they built out. But because they had to scale so quickly and etc. And that time, 27 years ago, the infrastructures were so expensive that they had to actually sell, the company. And of course, NBC Universal owns E Entertainment. It's now a $37 billion company, right, annually. And so it just shows you what a small broadcast studio that is on the red carpet could grow to. So we are looking for investors, by the way.
Note. Roy, you've worked with major talent in traditional radio. How does virtual production change the talent dynamics? And what do personalities need from the producers compared to the audio only, with them transitioning into a field they weren't as comfortable in before?
Well, as you were hearing about the R wall, I mean, that thing can make, give somebody the kind of production value that you were talking about, where they take them from never being able to do that, just being locked in a radio studio or a podcast studio, and then being able to produce something like that at a cost-effective way. I think the talent, in radio has kind of figured out that the first day I hired Seacrest, I told them, I said, if we're your highest paying job, we're doing something wrong, because you've got to use it as a platform to get to somewhere else, right? And that was always the mantra in radio. And that's one of the things that radio has in its DNA is it's died a couple of times, so it's had to reinvent itself. When television came around, it was just over. And then it had to come back as a very narrow cast concept. So it's got a lot of DNA experience at reinventing itself. And I think that's where the movie business is today. It's going to have to reinvent itself in how it competes with these lower cost operations, and I think it will. It's just a matter of being familiar with the air wall. I mean, because that thing sounds, I have never used that, but we're looking forward to doing that kind of thing right on this screen. So
You'll have to get a demo from them.
No,
for sure.
that's why I took a picture of it. I was like, that's amazing.
Yeah, no, it
it's
is.
worth the whole seminar.
Right. Go ahead.
Sorry, I think I'm killing them all. Hello? Oh, thanks. I'm looking forward to showing you what we can do. But yeah, this is exactly the use case that we can literally throw a laptop against this thing, and we could be changing where we're seated right now. It could be a video. Yeah, it's just kind of amazing what this stuff can do now.
We're in the early days, but the distribution is changing just as much as the production method. So every step of the process is rapidly changing. So be in conversation with each other about what's working for you and what's not working for you in your own workflows.
And we're playing pass the baton. So because we're running a little short on time and stuff, we do want to cover some other things, and I want you all to be able to speak about, kind of really what's, I think, most important, because we could all speculate on what's the future of AI and all this stuff. We've all read multiple versions of that, but what's more interesting is you are all working professionals. You're implementing this into your workflows. You're utilizing. So, what are you currently using in your workflow that's like your secret sauce? What would you say is the most effective tool that you're using? Let's start with Evo, and then you can kind of all expound a little bit about how, the tools.
I use over 100 tools on a pretty regular basis. I'm vibe coding new apps right now, and I find the whole Gemini Google suite pretty useful for some of that work. In the video space, we saw some tools earlier. I use Luma, I use Kling, I use LTX, Moon Valley, Mary. I'm very interested in ethical and smaller models, and so keeping my eye open for the creators that are building purpose-built models that help filmmakers do their work better.
Great. And go ahead, Roy.
I've kind of fallen in love with these lookalike audiences that we can find on the web with the YouTube shows, where it's probably pretty common at this point, but the ability to arbitrage that audience at such a low number on YouTube and then bring it to a podcast or bring it to a television show where an advertiser will pay a $35 cost per thousand when you can buy it at 2 cents a click. I mean, it's a massive arbitrage that's sitting there. So if you find a show on YouTube that has 2 million subscribers about food, and you've got a food TV show, that food TV show monetizes at 20 times what that does, and it's very migratable if you've got the kind of people that I don't know how to do it, but I mean, these people know how to do these lookalike audiences. So that's I'm just the most impressed with that. I don't know how to do it, but I like it.
Well, definitely with brand building, etc. So please speak up. Speak.
There's so many tools and they keep changing so quickly. I probably would have to just kind of go back to the collaborators. We're currently, ARL is we're doing a kind of a sister company called Glowcraft, and we're essentially getting back into the creative mode of things. And so I've been so inspired by the creators, the filmmakers, the writers that we've been talking to, who are kind of just pushing us to figure out how to get their stories told. And that's really, like, I feel like the tool of collaboration, of just, they inspire me to go, oh, well, that's not something we've done before, but I think with this new tool or that thing, it's changing every day, so it's kind of hard to keep track. But essentially, it's the creator's mindset, I think. The connections that you make with people, the ideas that they have, the things that they want to be able to share with the rest of the world, and being able to find a way technologically to help them do that. That's, I guess, my short answer for that.
Yeah, and well, thank you. We're creating a new agency called the LBX Agency, right? And that involves a lot of AI, and we have several secret sources of that we have patentable concepts that we're moving forward. But one particular project that we're very have our hearts in is bringing Hollywood to your local shopping center, right? And this is where we will be using AI so that there's interactivity in immersive spaces and etc. And so we have our broadcast facilities that we can do live, so it's not fake, right? But then you can interact with in that, so you feel like you're actually in Hollywood, or we call it the star space, and so there are several people that will be speaking here today, later on, that are involved in that project. So where they have interactive AR, etc., that we have been developing, and they'll show you some examples of that. So we're not only thinking about where we could use AI, we are actually using it in several other things. We've been working on this for about 2.5 to 3 years, by the way, so we're starting to roll out. This is the first thing, and as we go throughout the year, we will be rolling out some other things.
Terrific. I would like to see if anyone has any questions for the audience. We have you're overwhelmed. You took notes. I hope everybody's quiet out there. So, go, please. Okay. Oh, she said we can take it. Okay.
Great panel. Thank you very much. I'm in your world. I do a lot of immersive technology for sports, and so I do fan engagement, and I do a lot of audience engagement. My question to all of you is that you want to bring Hollywood into the home or into other areas, and you can do that virtually. Can you do that as a hybrid, so their family members can be here and then their family members can be at home? Because I have a platform that does that, and so say you're a fan and you're watching a Yankees game and you want to share it with your family, you can be there and they can actually be part of it.
Interesting. Very interesting. Thank you.
Yeah, get in the game.
Get in the game.
It's an ecosystem that has a patent on it right now that I'm launching, and a show that I'm launching after the Super Bowl this year.
Congratulations. It's fabulous.
I can jump in real quick. So we've been producing various types of mixed reality experiences for 20 years, right? And these portals between the real and the virtual room are certainly, there's lots of different ways to pull that off, but the sense of realness has been difficult. The actual technology when it comes to putting it in a place like this, like a lobby or in the ballpark. I've seen a handful of teams doing really great virtual spaces that are connected to the stadium, for example, but what you're describing is more, it feels like it has more of a texture of realness to it, which is what audiences are looking for. I think we're going to see more and more of these sort of portals between the real and the virtual happening. I do portal crawls where we talk a lot about this, and it is the work of interoperability and getting things working between the physical and the virtual seamlessly so that a kid or an adult can have the same experience.
So the thought was about audience immersion and how close we are. Just if we could talk a little bit about what it might look like to where you go to the theater and you see yourself on the screen of a story you never saw before, or kind of that merging of gaming and cinema.
Great question. Who's going to take that? Eva, go ahead.
I mean, there's
Do you have something to add?
there's a lot of interesting new directions that like the AI stuff is doing, which I feel like really allows you to put yourself into the stories that, you know, like that's kind of like one of the first things that people are talking about. Like, let me put myself in the story that I want to watch. I mean, I can't say too much about it, but our AR world is kind of working in some new things in the streaming world, the marketing and the distribution side. And so that is like comes to new stuff that we are looking into, but yeah, I don't know. I think it's kind of like what these Sora 2 guys are doing right now. You know, putting yourself in these little videos, these fun little things. But that's just like scratching the surface, right? It's just like a few seconds of fun, but that's where it really begins, right? We're probably just, I don't know, maybe a few months, a few years away from just going, I want to watch Star Trek and like I want to be the star of this, and here's the story I want to see myself in. Maybe it's like a classic old Star Trek world story kind of thing, and just I want to see myself reflected in that. I think that's totally within the realm of what's possible, and it's kind of like what the Star Trek world was kind of showing, that you could do that with, like holodecks and stuff too, which that might actually be the next thing, right? It's not just watching videos, but maybe totally immersing yourself in something like that. Yeah.
Michael, one of our partners, has an immersive thing that he's launching here tomorrow, right? He's here.
Yeah, no, today.
And so when you're on like Hollywood Boulevard, you can put yourself into a VR reality into that.
Yeah.
And he's going to be demonstrating. I was looking for him, but he's going to be demonstrating that later.
Absolutely, in about an hour. So. Yeah.
We're getting a wrap now.
Yeah.
Thank you all so very much. And moving forward on the machine.
That's right.
Excellent. Thanks.
Thank you, everyone, for being here. How are you? This is a lot. There's so much. I hope you're all taking notes. This is actually being streamed, so you're going to be able to review what everyone's talking about and follow into those AI film. We'll have our next panel come up, but we'll have Todd Terrazas, Nick Boudoir, and Brian Ray. If you could join me on the stage. Thank you. How's everyone doing over here? Did you get enough breakfast? Okay. Yes, so let's get some more mics up in here. Let's see. I'm happy to pass these down as well. I'll introduce myself while we get the mic situation set up here. My name's Jen Garcia. I am with Caltech Center for Technology and Management Education. I am the AI Strategy and Partnerships Lead, and I'm here with our team here. We got Executive Director Rick Hefner. We have Mike Ash at the booth as well, and today we have Nick on the panel. So what I'm going to have you all do first is introduce yourself, tell us your role, and then I'll start with the questions.
Should we use yours? We'll just pass this down. I'm Brian Ray. I'm head of data and AI at a consulting firm called Atos. It's been around for 20-some years. And they decided recently that data and AI is important, and we need to start delivering this to the enterprise. So that's been my focus lately. I help at Caltech occasionally. I like to be helpful, and happy to be here today.
Great. My name's Nick Baudois. I am the Director of AI Programs at Caltech's Executive Education Center called the Center for Technology and Management Education. We bring together different professors, research labs, researchers, and industry experts, such as Todd and Brian. I'm also really excited, or I guess as we say on LinkedIn, humbled and honored to be sitting here with Brian. I used to work with Brian at a couple different companies. I always consider Brian a mentor. I've worked on his teams, and to share the same stage for the first time is just like, I'm having a moment.
Oh, my name is Todd Terrazas. I wear many hats in this world. I'm the founder, executive director, and president of the AI LA community. I've been building this community for 9 years now. Started from humble beginnings as a LA chatbot meetup group, then turned into a nonprofit a couple years later. And we really focus on accelerating innovation for social good. So we do everything from casual meetups to hackathons to workshops to big conferences to small conferences and everything in the middle. And we really focus on AI literacy in the greater Los Angeles region and hopefully developing this whole region to a responsible AI hub. And besides that, more specifically for this panel, I run a company called Fabric. We're an advisory and consultancy in the media entertainment space, advising startups to studios to productions on their AI strategy and workflow development, so helping find those right startups for pipeline, product pipeline fit when it comes to innovating in developing content. And we do very in-depth research reports on AI studios, AI creators that you can go check out on our website. And yeah, a lot of fun things we do. But I'm excited for this conversation because I've known Brian since I think 2018, of the earlier years of when I started AILA. It's been great to see you progress and move up the ranks in this multinational company, Aptos.
Okay, so we got some buddies up here, you all. So we're gonna have a lot of fun. These are all friends. So keep it professional, okay, guys? Try.
Oh, okay.
All right. And Todd, I love Todd's headline. On his LinkedIn headline, it says that he's been playing with AIs before it was cool. Okay, so I love that. Brian, let's start with you. What does it really take to build an AI-driven organization beyond just the tools? In terms of leadership, culture, measurable business impact. Tell us about that.
Yeah, we're talking about the enterprise here. We're talking about Fortune 100 companies, which is our clientele. We're talking about some Hollywood folks too. They're going in two different directions right now. They're either not keeping up with AI, or they decided to do it internally 5 different ways, and 5 different ways that are not performing. MIT said about 95 of the use cases that people are prototyping are failing to get into production today. And we have to ask ourselves, why are things failing? Why are people failing sometimes in their efforts? Number one reason is performance. It's not doing what you said it would do. Maybe that's an expectation setting thing that you think it's the silver bullet for everything. The second one is around the finances. It costs more to get that ROI or to run than you thought it would. The third one is responsible AI, which is something we could talk a lot about here. Is about, are the regulations going to change? Is it the right thing to do? The EUA Act and other things like that are moving forward. We're kind of on the fence going back and forth between presidencies, between governments, between organizations. And then finally, cybersecurity. Are you opening yourself up for some risk? We could talk all day about, I'm sure we will, about other things going on with media here. But yeah, there's a lot going on preventing enterprise. So getting that organized means they have to understand what the risk is. They need a body that can help monitor those use cases, make sure they're legally compliant. And they need an execution plan, not just coming up with great ideas, but how are you actually going to get this done? How are you going to get this in production? And when it's there, how are you going to observe it? Make sure that it's actually meeting that goal and doing what you designed it to do.
Thank you, Brian. Todd, moving on to you quickly. In industries like entertainment, what does it mean to be AI-driven while still protecting and amplifying human creativity and having fun?
Yeah. In the entertainment sector, I feel like in a lot of different sectors, most of the innovation is being led by the legal teams. So you got everyone with a crazy idea. You know, CEO comes to CTO and says, hey, this AI thing, we got to figure out our strategy. We got to do something. And thus they go try to do it. And then usually they then find out they can't do certain things. They can't use that certain product, for whatever many reasons because they haven't figured out their own policies internally. And so within entertainment, I feel like the AI-driven ones are, they've been using AI for a very long time, especially if you look at everything from recommendation engines to just search, of course. But for within the line of work that we're into around actually developing moving pixels and developing content, there's more focus on like developing like agentic workflows. So where you're taking certain types of video, you're ingesting it, you're making like these rough cuts. You're not taking the human out of the loop, but you're taking out a lot of like the in-between like paper pushing, if you will, or pixel pushing, to be able to like get to a rough draft of what you want faster, and then allowing that creative or that marketing team to really go in and fine tune whatever the messaging is. And so there's a lot of like enhancements internally around some automation. I feel like everyone wants to sprinkle AI on everything when it's really just not the case. And I think like even overusing these generative models obviously has a huge amount of power consumption that is kind of destroying our world in some ways. And so I feel like there's just an over-index of having to use AI just because of AI's sake. And I feel like what's really interesting though, which is I think the silver lining with all of this, is that human innovation, human craft, I think will become more valuable over time as our news feeds are cluttered with just synthetic media.
Absolutely. Nick,
No, I just think it's a great point, and we were talking on the phone in the car here actually about the creator content that's coming down the line and how that, and I think of the big divergence between what corporate America is doing with AI and then what the individual is doing with AI right now. And I just see those Silicon Beach bleeding into Hollywood, potentially fixing some of the issues here, hopefully. Not an expert in Hollywood, but I certainly like what Todd said there.
Great point, thank you. Nick, what steps should organizations take to raise AI literacy and upskill employees across functions so that AI isn't siloed in technical teams?
Yeah, I think I'm going to talk a little about self-selection bias. So we have some of the largest companies in the world come to Caltech. Toshiba's, the Disneys, energy companies, aerospace companies, companies from all over the world. And those companies, you tend to think of when a company does well, it's three things. It's technology, it's market fit, and it's capital. But these companies are all investing in education, specifically around three areas that we specialize in, which is AI, systems engineering, we make rockets, and project management. And these companies are investing in human capability. They're investing in intelligence. They're not necessarily seeing this as the lowest common bidder to, a cybersecurity video you have to watch once a year, or a sexual harassment video for government regulations that you have to, we click through and we take the test. These companies are investing in tailored custom courses on these areas that are intrinsically important to them. And so they kind of treat learning almost as like a core business system, almost like learning as infrastructure as itself. And there's three areas that we specialize in these companies that tend to do well, execute at Caltech's Center for Technology and Management Education. It's those executives, it's the C-suite who are making decisions, like Brian said, around ROI and tracking of KPIs. It's those individuals who are managers or directors, those who are in charge of AI adoption and have been given this grandiose view from the CEO that, I need to sprinkle, I think it's salt-based sprinkle some AI on our different divisions. And this lowest part, and probably the most important, are those engineers and analysts, those people that Brian Ray is running at, I don't know, we ran a lot of random hours when I was on your team, but those of us who are hands-on. And so how do you develop AI engineers? What does that look like? How is that different than a machine learning engineer? Does your HR know the difference? And nothing like having an HR requisition for a job that's made by committee. Nothing better that technologists love than that. So executive, managerial, and at the analyst level, investing in those three areas, and then that's how you help with AI adoption.
Everything he said resonates so much, and the Caltech program's been valuable. I helped with that a bit. But what really resonates is, I know in my own organization, we have like 60-some openings in North America right now for engineers, data scientists, and I had to go back and say, wait a minute, these positions are completely different from what you're listing here. AI has changed everything regarding, they're like, what is a prompt engineer? I don't even know what that is. And we just invented that recently, prompt engineering. So that's not even in the process of hiring yet. So how do we get the people we need? We're struggling here trying to figure that out. So if anybody has any advice on that, come see me after this and tell me, how do I get people who know how to do prompt engineering in a corporate America role?
Caltech CTME, right?
Yeah, shameless plug.
Yeah, exactly.
It checks in the mail, Brian.
Todd, tell us more about what they're saying. Actually, what's your take on that?
I think we were talking about this even earlier. It's like everyone wants this AI solution. The MIT report, right, talked in whatever. There's a lot of these different reports talking about how a majority of these experiments are failing because I think it's more because they don't have the right data set. They don't have the right data lake, and it's not organized in a clear way. And so you can't have a great AI. Data is the fuel to an AI product. And if you're having very stagnant, data sets, or they're not properly labeled, or a million other reasons why, which you guys could talk about more than me, then there's no way you're gonna actually have a real useful AI type of a product, right? And so I think there's a lot of startups I've worked with in the past where it's like they again wanted to have this AI-driven type product, and one of the first questions I would ask then is like, okay, what is your moat when it comes to your data procurement, right? Like, do you already own or have access to something that no one else has, or do you have some clever way in order to capture that data with a feedback loop? And a lot of the times they didn't even think it through. They just felt like, because these are sometimes non-technical founders thinking that they can vibe code their way to $1 billion company. But maybe
But we've been told we can do that. We can?
Sam believes it. I think I think maybe a great product manager, I think a great product-minded person will, with an entrepreneurial, itch. But I think they have to really first have a really great sense of what product is, developing good products, have experience with that. Then yeah, I think that type of team would excel with the vibe coding type architecture, at least for the POC before they actually have to scale it to millions and hundreds of millions of users, and then definitely go build it for real. But yeah, I think everyone that forgets that you can't have a great AI solution without the right proper data sets and really thinking that through. And so even if you think about even Sora 2, of who has ever used Sora 2, I know we had a little demonstration earlier here today, but think about that type of slot machine. It's very addictive. It's really fun. It's just how you can. It's a new meme culture basically, right, being developed. But what you really think about what those guys are building, the data set that they're building, potentially, I don't know this for a fact, this is my hunch, is that they're going to have they're developing a personalized advertising machine, because they know exactly what people like, how they're clicking on it, and you and your friends are making this shit. And now OpenAI has a lot more new data based off consumer behaviors on their own platform that will then inform new products. And so it's very exciting, very creepy, all the things, all the emotions about what they're doing. But if you really think about, again, going back to the foundation of any of these type of AI tools, where are you getting your data? How are you staying relevant? How are you not going to be displaced by the next OpenAI or Claude, update? And again, I think it just comes down to a very clear understanding of what you're trying to achieve and what data sets helps you accomplish that goal.
Yeah, double click on the data importance here. The 3 terms you should walk away with: AI native, shadow AI, and responsible AI. And those 3 are the 3-legged stools. I was quoted recently as saying that AI without regulation is like playing tennis without a net. It doesn't make a lot of sense, and it's not that much fun either. AI native, I keep hearing my customers say, we need to get AI native platforms. And I'm like, okay, that's interesting perspective. You mean not bolting AI onto your existing workflow? You're talking about, I don't know what it means yet. Tell me. But then you have AI, I said AI native. What is AI native? I think one day Todd will have his own neural network. He'll have his own deep learning model for Todd language, and Nick Todd OS.
He already knows the name.
But then what do people do when they get frustrated when they don't get access to AI? Shadow AI. I see this all the time, even in organizations where they shouldn't be going out and using certain AI. Let's cut and paste and put it in ChatGPT. That'll solve all our problems. not the right way to do things, folks. You know, so there's those three-legged stool there. What's going on in the industry, and how do you prevent against shadow AI? Well, you have to build better systems. You have to give people access to better systems, and you have to give them access to the data to do their job. And then in Hollywood, you know, data has all sorts of forms. There's all sorts of IP around it. There's IP around the people behind it and everything else. So it becomes very difficult.
And shadow AI is when your employees are using it and it is not approved to be used. Yeah. So Nick, I want you to talk a little bit about around the KPI versus ROI that you've been discussing. Chat about that.
Yeah, half of my time is spent in consulting industry as well, and something we tend to see is companies that are investing in AI complain that, hey, you know, we have not hit ROI. And I know we keep hitting this MIT study, 95% of pilots within the first 6 months aren't showing ROI on the P&L line. And what I've seen in conversations with companies is if you are tracking ROI as a financial statement and you have somebody that has to stay at work for 8 hours a day and they just save 2 hours of their day, they still have to stay at work for the rest of the day. So how is that tracked? And this is where the argument of tracking internal KPIs, these could be time to conversion, this could be time to complete a task, time to ticket closure. I know we've worked a lot on kind of automated ticket resolution in the past. Tracking to KPIs is just a much more tangible way of tracking your AI's success. So I know I'm here as the education hat, but that's my little side to nod to both the school of Brian Ray and Todd over here.
Did you have something to add? I saw you had your eyes lit up a little bit.
No, I was going to think, like when you're talking about shadow, it's also about the challenges around compliance and cybersecurity, I feel, because when you have employees using ChatGPT, Claude, any of these LLMs, right, and they're putting in sensitive materials because they want to get their job done faster, but they're not telling anyone. Now it's like opening up that corporation, whether you're a small SME, whatever, you're an SME, to a lot of liability. And I think that there's not enough maybe employee trainings, going back to these videos you're talking about, right? A lot of like employee trainings and just better understanding that, you know, these tools, whether you're using Perplexity, whatever it is, you know, is not a walled garden. It's not within your own on-prem, you know, setup or your own private cloud. It's within the confines of this, you know, super for-profit hyperscaler type company, right? And so you got to really think through as a corporation of that governance model, like how you're making sure that people are not giving leaking sensitive materials to these other LLMs that could have, you know, very have problems down the road. So there's that component, but yeah, I think that again with everything that you're probably seeing in enterprise. The biggest challenges will be even what we're seeing, well, a few things. There's search is going down, right? More people are using an LLM to do their first inquiry than using like Google. That means that advertising is changing. And it means that I think, again, more and more people will be more overly reliant on these AI tools, which then maybe changes how we think and how we actually make decisions for ourselves and like having critical thinking. And so it goes back to, again, I think when we think about even skill sets, maybe I'm jumping to the next question or whatever, but like when you're thinking about skill sets and like the next future of like apprenticeship and like how we're training the future workforce, I think critical thinking is top of it all. And then yeah, I don't know, critical thinking and then being able to get more people to really understand, like, I guess the ramifications of using these tools, just like, you know, when the calculators first came out and then people thought, okay, I don't even know my, you know, multiple tables and such. I feel like now, even with like Grammarly or like even using these AI tools, more and more people are probably not that great at writing or at grammar, right? And that's scary. I don't know why I just brought that up, but yeah, it's scary. So, what? Yeah. Yeah, you don't need it. Yeah. And then autonomous drivers. Someday we won't even know how to drive.
Let's go with Brian. Tell us we're talking now from hype to scaled application. Why are so many pilots stalling out? Like, tell us about what you're seeing in industry.
I mean, so there's this mechanism we use a lot of times in consulting from Gartner called the hype curve. And if you look at what it does, is it means like technology takes this normal path of having an up ramp and then a tip of hype, and then it goes down to the trough of disillusionment, and then you get the plateau of productivity. What happened with like generative AI, if you talk about that flavor of AI, the bubble's already burst according to them. So it's already going down. And I saw this on, I don't spend a lot of time on TikTok, but I saw someone on TikTok for the 30 seconds I was there, someone say, I can't wait for the AI bubble to bust. And I was like, is that an opinion? Okay, that's interesting. Maybe it has busted already, we just don't know it. And that's quite helpful in some ways too, because reality is just around the corner. The reality of it is that let's not live in hyped expectations. With agentic, by the way, is at the tip of that hype right now. And let's not live in a world that thinks this is going to solve all your problems easily, without risk. Let's be strategic about it. So I think largely a lot of that failure occurred because of that hype and expectations that this is going to do things that it just simply can't, or I don't have the data behind it. And it's a really good thing in some ways that some of these are failure. Failure is not a bad thing. It's not a bad thing for AI. It's not a bad thing for you as an individual, because you take a lot of swings. I'm going to watch the Dodgers. Anyone watching Dodgers tonight? I'm going to take a lot of swings and I'm going to make some misses, but you're going to have some huge hits. And that's what AI is seeing. Out of that 5% success, you're having some huge hits. So failure is there, but a lot of times it has to do with our expectation setting.
I'll say a little shameless plug for Caltech CTME. In order to give corps a soft, really low risk opportunity to see what the hype is, to see what some of these 6 tools are, like Manus, Perplexity, ChatGPT. We created an AI Tools for Everyone course that's free and on demand. And so Google that. You can take it anytime. The new cohort starts every month. And it's a wonderful way for them to really kind of see what the hype is about, see if they want to actually grab a GPT business, not GPT teams. They thankfully changed the name, account for their teams, you know. So it's a great way for you all to check things out and share, because it's free.
QR code in the back.
Yeah, QR code in the back. We're running short on time, so I wanted to see if we can get some questions from the audience. We get 2 to 3 questions from the audience. So start to think if you have any on your minds. What would you like to? What's your last statement? What do you want to share with the group as everyone's thinking about what to ask?
I was going to ask Brian a question.
Yes, please.
Can I do that? So, top 5 use cases that actually are showing ROI. What's the industry and what's the use case?
Well, if you get on my LinkedIn, I have my subway map of use cases. I mean, and the reality of it is that in industries that have to show continual interaction with persons, call center, stuff like that, they really are seeing an increased improvement, whether it's even directly interacting with people or assisting the person who is. That really is still probably the #1 use case, is just doing better customer service. Now you're asking for 5, you don't get 5, you get 1. I can't think of 5 right now. Ask me after the show.
Okay, I kind of like this whole ask each other questions thing. If we don't have any questions from the audience, I'm scanning. Okay. Oh, we got one here. All right. Oh, thank you.
Hi there, thank you. That was very interesting. And obviously you're working at a very high level, enterprise, advising, consulting. I don't know what the profile of the audience is here, but for us, and I'm sure a number of us, we're from entertainment, and so that's very much a freelance business. Very few of us are under contract. Very few of us have power. You know, we feel a little bit like we're sort of the ants with the gods above us, and I think, I know this isn't your primary job, but do you have recommendations for those of us who are, you know, not in the positions that you advise, how we can be developing our skills going into this future?
Yeah, and I think this is on what Jen said. So we saw this about a year ago. Caltech does a lot of events around the seas. We were, you know, from the Middle East. We spent a couple weeks out there, and one thing we kept hearing from a lot of mainly students was that, look, I've graduated college, I have a computer science degree, I'm not getting a job. What can I do? And we heard this enough time. We also heard this from business, from real estate agents. How can I leverage AI tools? And whereas our focus is mainly on bringing large Fortune 500 companies to campus, we felt like maybe we had missed this area. And so we started doing this AI tools for everyone as a live class every month. And we brought in somebody from Databricks. We brought in Jen Garcia from the nonprofit and foundation side. I think I was teaching kind of introduction to large language models and how does everybody think about, you know, this Gen AI moment. What the heck is a transformer and what's a token? And we did that for 8 months. And then we finally rolled out and spent some time in the studio recording this. But what I would say is find those programs. Find those free resources where you can continually being updated on the tools that you can use. Because the amount of free information on these tools that are being released is tremendous. I mean, even keeping track of it is very difficult to do.
I think Jen should answer that question too. You did a ton of independent stuff.
I did do a lot of digging through what resources are out there that are free. I did pay for some resources, and I'll say that I was really disappointed by how outdated some of them were. And so I know that this isn't the answer that we want to hear, but it's a lot of research, a lot of YouTube, and a lot of using ChatGPT deep research to look into what exact tools should I be learning to integrate into what I have as a subject matter expert, because your subject matter expertise is going to be elevated with the support of these tools. And so there's a lot of study involved. I will guarantee you that the headaches are worth it. I took a year off to really just delve into it, and I'm keeping the M dashes, because as I'm writing, I am keeping the critical thinking skills. I'm not allowing ChatGPT to write for me. And as was mentioned earlier, that the differentiator between what's valuable and what isn't in the future is going to be the human created, really human created anything. So whether it's written work, whether it's art or film, and so there's a lot of study involved, but it's worth it for sure.
Yeah, I just wanted to respond to that. I'm a freelancer, so what I've been doing is actually Twitter and LinkedIn and YouTube have a lot of content that's being pumped out constantly of people reviewing all the new tools. And so if you just like identify like one workflow that you struggle with, and then you search for a tool that'll handle that, and then you just budget the time to try using the tool and just kind of experiment slowly. I mean, that's what's worked for me.
Thanks, Sean. Another thing I would mention right now about the market, going back to, I've been a subcontractor too, so I was that before I was big corporate, and it's hard. You're spending 40% of your time trying to get paid, right? But the other thing that happens is there's some market shifts that continuously occur that we could learn from. Think about the Y2K bug, SOX compliance, the .com boom. There's these patterns of things getting really exciting, and then a bunch of people that are out there picking up the pieces. So independents are very well positioned to move agilely and pick up the pieces and be the voice of reason for other places. And if you position yourself as that, as becoming an expert, Jen and other people, our panels become experts, I believe, and if you position yourself as an expert to solve that problem, then your business is probably going to do very well.
Yeah, in my background, I was 16 years in academia as an English instructor at UCLA Extension, UCI Extension. So it's really important for me that we keep our critical thinking skills and we keep our subject matter expertise as these tools develop. So yeah. All right, I think we're going to wrap up there, but Todd has something to say? Oh, we have one more question?
One more.
Okay,
Sorry.
perfect. No,
All
no,
right.
sorry.
Great discussion, and I think a lot of your questions might be answered if you look at localizing, right? Who owns the servers in which you're producing? So I was going to say that also gets into your ideas about scalability, right? Like, I don't have to scale to hundreds of millions of users. I have to scale to 100 millions of times if you localize that server. Another one that I wanted to challenge was that idea that you shouldn't use AI for AI's sake. I'm an early user of Palantir, and you can walk that dog back. And you do need to factor everything, right? And I heard earlier that you guys are playing with a DAO. So I was going to ask about that. I heard in the early session that Caltech was forming a Hollywood DAO, or Decentralized Autonomous Organization.
Yeah, well, we're not sure, I think, about the DAO. Do you know about a DAO? Okay. Yeah, but there will be something that you said there resonates of a trend I see that's coming is instead of just bringing your data to AI, bringing AI to your data. So like when you talk about that, there's this big idea of sovereign AI. There's another term, you get a lot of terms from me today. Sovereign AI. Sovereignty is a strange term, but the industry is really using that a lot, of how do you create a sovereign AI platform or solution like that?
Because you're dealing with platforms that are a customer product. That's why you're getting the sycophantic nature, right? So once you have your AI and your machines are working toward you, then you inoculate yourself from that type of manipulation. And when you think about creativity, that's when you get the true creativity. You're going to have to start creating these branches of computation that are off of the mainstream products. So that's another reason why what I think the gentleman was talking about, the bad infrastructure at Hollywood might be a positive, because you have the ability to kind of like recreate new infrastructure. Like half of this theater should be servers, and those servers representing the talent and things like that. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, panelists. That was fantastic. Thank you so much.
So, in our next panel, and I'm told that we don't have quite as much time as I'd like.
So everyone, sorry, we are starting again. If you can join us, please. Thank you so much.
I like that. Wow. Good for you. Thank you. So this panel is called The Creator Economy 3.0, Building Worlds, Not Just Content. So I thought that we could start by introducing ourselves and going down the line. I'll start with myself for 1 second. So my name is Jackie Cooper, and I run a Gold Unreal Authorized Training Center as well as teaching AI. And we've been doing it for about 5 years. And so that's a little bit about me. Before that, I was in the film industry and worked on a lot of big films like Tron 2 and Harry Potter and lots of things like that. So that's been my story, and I'd love to go down the line and hear a little bit about you guys.
Thank you. Hi again, everyone. I'm Michael Ronen. I'm an immersive designer, creative technologist, and I talk a lot about play economy AI for human flourishing.
That was beautiful and succinct. Hi, everyone. I'm Taryn O'Neill. I am a filmmaker and a futurist at this point in space-time. I started as an assistant at William Morris 25 years ago. I was an actress for 20 years. I was one of the early producers and actors in the web series space in 2008, 2009. I wrote a web series for Stan Lee. It was sci-fi. I love sci-fi. I love looking to the future. The future unfolds as a story for me. And that's what it's kind of brought to this point where I'm a feature film director. I've done 2 romantasy features based on best-selling novels. I did a short film in 2016 about AI. And most recently, I did a program for ASU Center for Science and the Imagination, which was about giving agency to young people to imagine better climate futures. So that mission is really important to me. And I write a newsletter every week called Future Film Fridays. It's on Medium and LinkedIn, and it's about the weekly top news and analysis at the intersect of emerging tech and film. And that is my agent calling.
Thanks, Taryn. Hello, everyone. My name is Michael Gearan. I'm CEO and founder of Invisar and Lurio. So we are an Irish-based company, as you might have gathered from my accent. We create immersive storytelling experiences. We have around 150 experiences all around the world. And I'll be focusing today on our product, which is Lurio, which enables people to create immersive storytelling experiences themselves. So a bit like a Canva for augmented reality. So I'll explain a bit more about that later. Thanks.
Perfect. Thank you so much. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask a question, and it's going to be based on questions that you guys gave me. But if anybody wants to add to that, just let me know afterwards, okay? So this one is for Michael Ronan, and it is about the play economy. How does the play economy change the creator economy, the play economy change the creator economy by focusing on participation and empathy over just tools?
Yeah, so I think, like I said before, we are entering an era where the customer, the audience, becomes the hero. It's true for commerce, it's true for the film industry. If the customer, if the audience is the hero in this hero's journey, what are we? We are the guide in this hero's journey. So we should elevate them in their own journey for their well-being. And this mindset shift is a lot to start with, because we just have a feeling, as an artist, I have a story and I need to share it. And usually as part of this story, what's called method acting, I am entering the point of view of the character and I'm experiencing it. So this experience now is true for everyone in the economy. We should use empathy as the first tool to really understand why our business exists. Who are we doing this for? And we should use stories to elevate this human state of mind. So we need to understand, people say social media is bad. It's the content, it's what we talk about, it's what we do there that is bad. Technology is bad. No, it's what we do with the technology, it's what we do with AI. So that's the context of play economy. It's really looking on the human mind as an iOS, an operating system. We are language learning models. We should start understanding how are we working with technology.
Thank you for that. Does anyone have anything to add on that? You guys want to talk about that?
I love the operating system analogy. It's great.
All right. So let's get into the filmmaker's new role in this new creator economy. And this one's for you, Taryn. What's the filmmaker's role in a hybrid immersive entertainment world, and how does storytelling change when screens become immersive and interactive?
To note, I guess, about that Arizona State University project that I did, that was done in 2023, and it was a very small budget, really ambitious. And I was like, we are going to use AI elements here. As a filmmaker, I'd never done any, but the 2 features I directed, each for very little money, each had 200 to 500 visual effects in them. So I spent weeks and weeks in post facilities working basically for free, overseeing all these visual effects and just like adjusting a hairline. It was just ridiculous amounts of time-consuming work. And so I wanted to elevate this story, and I thought that the way that I could do it was through using AI elements, which I ultimately ended up generating myself. I just dove in, and I'm like, I want it to be ethically sourced, so it's going to be through Adobe Firefly. I ended up animating these images in Runway 2023. Nobody was doing this, and I'm like, okay, great. So that just kind of changed and shifted my perspective. I think the foundations for every filmmaker stays the same. Your purpose as a filmmaker, or at least this is my opinion, and what served me best on set, is to communicate
your creative vision to every single person who works on that set. And they all work in different modalities. They all receive information differently. So the carpenter to the makeup artist to your cinematographer and your lead actress, that creative vision needs to be communicated properly, and that does not change. But I think that the scope now, when we look to these hybrid immersive productions and story worlds, I mean, they are changing the scope of storytelling. But what, in a way, they're doing is they're changing a static story into a story system, a story architecture, a story experience. And so the director, in a way, has to step back and be like, you know what, the hierarchy's changed. I'm not at the top of the pyramid anymore. I'm not giving this fixed story world to an audience. The audience is now a co-collaborator with me, a co-creator. So how can I create that architecture? I think we used the word architect before, and I think it's really apt because we have to start thinking three-dimensionally and spatially. And spatial kind of ties into like the new screens, where I think of movies before, it's all about the edit, controlling time. The screen and the edit and the cut tells you where to look and when to look and how to experience it. When now we're mapping and choreographing space. We're like giving a place for an audience to experience a story and giving them cues, but not giving them directives per se. So I think it just changes the cinematic grammar that we're looking at right now.
All right, anyone have anything to add to that?
Yeah, I like the idea of cinematic grammar. Like we are reframing the whole conversation. I love it.
Yeah, it definitely, it changes, it obviously changes how you design or how you tell a story entirely, because the agency is obviously on the consumer at that point, or the viewer, or whatever it might be. So it's like whenever we create experiences, we started initially thinking we were going to tell a story, we'd have a narrative, and then we would tell people that story, but quite quickly realized this is not a passive medium at all. It's very interactive, and you need to give people the opportunity for them to define where they want to go, what part of the story they want to hear and what they want to tell, and then possibly it being dynamic and evolving throughout the story. So that obviously changes completely how you create an experience or tell a story.
Yeah, and one of the things that I still think holds true is this idea of multi-platform work. So it probably will change with AI in the coming years, but for a long time, Unreal Engine and that kind of tool allowed you to sort of repurpose your assets. So you would have an asset. I created a piece where it showed up on Times Square, but then I also used it in an untethered headset. And so you can repurpose these assets, especially if you know how to manipulate them a little bit. And you can have them, spatially at the same time as flat as creating, all kinds of different content. And so I think that's going to probably, it might not only be Unreal Engine in the future, it might be AI creating these spatial worlds and that sort of thing. But I think the multi-platform storyteller, I think, is still holds true.
Well, you look at what Fei Li is doing with World Labs, and she's considered the godmother of AI. And when everybody's moving towards this attempt to AGI, where they're like, let's just scale up the existing, transformer architecture and just throw more data into it. And there's a lot of people saying, no, we need to go back to symbolic architecture for AI. We need to go to world building and spatial models. And that's what people like those are. And if you've seen the demos of World Labs, it's incredible.
Well, that leads me in a way to our next question, which is AI as a creative partner. How can AI be a good creative collaborator and amplify creativity while hanging on to our humanity in the process? And that's one of yours. Okay, well, do you guys want to go down the line then?
So yeah, I love the idea that we start giving names for our applications. Does anyone here has an application that they have a name for? Like, do you call it ChatGPT or Chat? Do you call it Siri? There's an app called Bordy now that is an Australian accent dude, just like, who do you want me to connect you? Yeah, let me connect you. There's an app called Gigi that would help you connect with other people that you would like to date with. So we suddenly have personalities that we interact with. And I think that will be part of the interface, especially now when you see like OpenAI release, right? So all the apps inside the chat. What does it mean? You will just talk, hey, can you get me a flight? I need to get to this airport. But Johnny, don't do it like last time when you put me on this counter there. I didn't like it. Oh, I'm so sorry. We are starting to have relationship with our robots. We are in denial that we are not. We are. We are deeply already in relationship with at least one device that most of the props in my house are really jealous of because I'm all the time with it. Not to talk about the people. So we are really, that's why I say it's first mindset, because we need to acknowledge the fact that those are apps. And I like what you said about the terminology, because now when we build a framework, we need some, what's called in the world of live action role play, a game master, something to orchestrate that, right? So a lot of my pro AI creator friends have like those GPTs that have all their knowledge about them. So every time they run a prompt, it already knows your personalization, right? So that really helps us. And lastly, what I mentioned before, we are always creating for someone. So check the idea of synthetic users, synthetic audiences. And you'll see that in the last 2 years, academic papers showed that it reaches up to 80–90% accuracy if you ask it a question. So big companies are already doing it as part of their pipeline to what are they going to produce, procurement. But we are also slowly going to see it coming in storytelling. And what does it mean to co-create with your audience? What does it mean to have your focus group sitting with you any given moment? How do you use it for your advantage and, you know, not as a negative disadvantaged space where they criticize you all the time?
It was just making me think about earlier panel where you brought up your artists and you were talking about just the rapid pace of iteration of creating these Sora videos, that it's new memification of communication, and that you can start actually having a new interface between, you know, as you communicate, but it's not you, it's your, you know, video gen that's the communication. So I thought that was fascinating. There is one thing I want to kind of push back on, and that's sort of the terminology around your co-creator, your AI, you know, companion. I really just like the word collaborator and tool for AI. Tool because it's so much more than a tool. It's not static. You know, it evolves, it changes, and it's not inanimate. And then as a collaborator, that intuits that it's human and it's conscious, and it is not. And we need to really reinforce that, especially for the younger generations. I liken AI to an enzyme. I'm a science nerd. It's a catalyst. What does an enzyme do? It speeds up a chemical reaction in your body. But that reaction can't exist unless you have the substrate of your body and what you're trying to do. And so the intent has to be there. So yes, AI, I use it on a daily basis. I have so many projects ongoing. I'm continuously writing blog posts. Like the amount of stuff I have going on that I couldn't do if I didn't have this synthetic assistant, I wouldn't be able to do it. But I really try to frame it as it is just an accelerant of my brain. And just like an enzyme and a chemical reaction can create something like a lab fire or, you know, an unknown reaction, you have to treat AI that way too. And we already have indications of that with hallucinations, but I think we have to sort of be careful with that. So, you know, when it comes to using it sort of as a creative enzyme, I just really want everybody to sort of create a new framework that works best for them and look at the pros and cons of it.
I think it's probably worth considering where creativity stops in the process as well. You know, I think if you know, if you're building something in Unreal Engine or in Unity and you are the creator, you control the composition of the whole scene, and then you start to use AI a little bit, so it might just be to create images to block out a scene, and then you might get to the level where actually I would like that to be turned into a 3D model, so you use it for 3D model generation. But when you start to, like, there's definitely a line that you cross when you're like, you go into it, you have to create say you have to create a story about the Chinese theater. So what you would have done maybe 6 months ago is block the scene out and it's all your concepts in there, but you might start to get a bit lazy and then say, I want a scene about the Chinese theater, and it creates the script and it creates the narrative and the VO and the assets and the everything. And then at that point, you know, where if we're kind of relying on AI for the creativity, then we'll probably reach a level of like lots of pretty good things, but there'll be a lot of saturation of like that level of content. So like, I think AI can help a lot, but I think if we rely on it quite heavily, we will end up with a lot of very samey content and a lot of very samey experiences, you know. So something worth considering.
A lot of people are talking about the flattening of quality.
Yeah, which is all higher than it was, but then it all just becomes the same, you know.
But so much more of it.
Yeah, a lot of it, everywhere.
Yeah, one of the things that Epic introduced was a non-player character into the Unreal Engine world, and I think that if that is sort of human programmed, then it can be really kind of fun and interesting. But I think if it was just all AI without a human programming that character, that it wouldn't be nearly as interesting. And so I think it's one of those things where, yeah, an amplification is a good way of putting it. And you said an enzyme amplification, I think I said. So that's an interesting way of putting it. So my next question for you guys has to do with phygital storytelling. What is phygital storytelling in practice, and how do communities help shape these immersive stories, turning audiences into collaborators who inhabit shared narratives? And Michael Ronan, this was your question.
So it's interesting. During the pandemic, I had a startup called Shaderverse. We were creating 3D generative procedural, sorry, it was before, 3D procedural assets, game assets, avatars. And it was really in the period of the NFT tribes. I call them tribes because do you know how those NFT communities started? I remember early days in Clubhouse, there were a group of people coming into my room, and I did a social playroom. So people would enter my room, change their profile picture to some food they liked as a kid, and played. And then people came in with avatars of apes and CryptoPunks. And I was thinking, something is happening here. People, especially during the pandemic, they felt they need a new source of belonging. So those tribes, those new nation states with your own flag that has a little change in it, that's what those procedural artwork, what's called PFP were. And I realized that in a time where we could not be physical at all, suddenly they were really important, even for us adults who don't play games. Not to talk about those who are native for games, the metaverse native generation who changes skins in a game daily to express their emotions. So suddenly us, the adults who were never into that, started collecting NFTs because we can make money out of it. But the truth was that we were just alone at home during the pandemic. So there was a real connection between the physical and the digital. And that's also the time where people were starting to say phygital. So some of those collections, the big part was the parties and coming together and the physical gathering, and then the merch, and they gave the physical, you know, the shirts with the, and then people started to say a lot of phygital, because you had this identity first digital, and then it came to the physical world. That's what I remember as a personal experience.
Anyone else on that? I mean, I'll just add very quickly that once the NFT craze sort of died down with people buying them just for the sake of the art itself, people seem to be using NFTs as like you collect a certain number of NFTs and you get into a concert, or you know, they become sort of almost like digital money in its own way, but in sort of blockchain format, I guess. So I've been seeing that emerging as a trend, and I think that that will probably continue. I don't know if you guys have seen that or experienced that as well, but
I think that was my first aha moment when I was sort of first exploring NFTs during the pandemic, was bands that were, you know, selling NFTs that would give you behind the scenes access or special tickets, and just the fact, and you know, I knew places that you know, you could get special memberships to, but something that could exist on the blockchain. I was like, bingo, that makes so much sense. And so that was sort of my first exposure to phygital as well.
I would only say from my experience with my startup then, I felt we are not there yet. Something jumped too early and we're not there. And actually, now we are starting to come to a place where you could do emergent creation. And we talked about ownership, like you can pay something to have some ownership in some artist music album or in some movie, but you didn't really. So, because it was also not a real equity in the company. So it was some, you know, make-believe. But what you didn't really have is ownership on the story. Some of the DAOs of the Discord channel started creating a world building exercise, and that was very interesting. Evo here, with her company Reality Craft, talks about crafting world building. This is a very interesting space, and the experiment that we did, and some of my friends are still editing it for today, we created a movie about Hollywood Boulevard, right? And you know, this is a real ownership of a story with the audience and the creator.
Yeah, and I think having a digital version of something like the Chinese Man Theater or Hollywood, and then having that representation, say with the Gaussian Splat, and then having people who can't come to the opening of Tron, you know, be able to come and enjoy some aspect of that, you know, could be a way to bring the digital and the real together. So that's something that I've been talking with Sean about quite a lot, actually. All right, so let's talk about from liked to lived experiences. And this one is for you, Michael. We're seeing a shift from measuring creativity in metrics like likes to valuing deeply felt and remembered moments. How does this evolution change the relationship between creators and audiences, fostering active participation and longer lasting engagement?
Hello. Yeah. Okay. So for a bit of context on us, we create immersive experiences, and then we have a platform where people can create their own. And obviously, even the concept of an immersive experience means a lot of different things to a lot of different people. So when we take in the word phygital into this context, we use physical locations. So it's all location-based experiences. So for us, we want to enable more people to have location-based experiences much easier, basically. So our tool Lurio enables people to create them very easily. So like we kind of have this challenge in the experiences that we create, because I think numbers are massively inflated on social media. So likes and then views, and TikTok in particular, people can get millions of views like in, you know, an instant, and whether those are real views and how meaningful they are is obviously up for debate, you know. But then when you create a location-based experience, the metrics are completely different. So if you create an experience for the Dolby Theatre as an example, it is much less likely that the same number of people will do that experience in the Dolby as would have seen a video of that on social media. So I think you have to kind of shift the goals and the metrics for what you want, and then really the focus, if you create an experience for the Dolby or for the Chinese or for wherever it might be, the focus there is rather, so we tend to differentiate two types of augmented reality experiences. So Snapchat are very good at social sharing content. So it tends to be shorter form content, like 10 to 20 seconds, a filter or a lens, where the goal of that is for you to take a video and then share it with your friends. So like Louis Vuitton have done a lot of successful launches of bags and patterns. So they did one a couple of years ago where there was landmarks all around the world, Big Ben in London and different landmarks around the world, where if you hold your phone up, their new pattern appeared on the building. But the goal there was for people to take a video of that and share it. So there was millions of people saw the videos of that. Now, how many people actually did the experience? Like, I don't know, maybe less than 1,000, but millions of people saw the video. So the metric and the goal there for Louis Vuitton was for people to have eyes on the new pattern, whereas we do slightly longer form content, which is like 60 to 90 seconds on site and on location. And the focus for us is for more meaningful engagement at that location. So if you're at the Chinese and you do, like we're here launching an experience today, so if you do the experience there, you'll feel like you're on a red carpet at the front of the Chinese theater. And that it's, yes, you will probably take some videos and photos while you're in the experience, but the goal there is not really social sharing. The goal is for you to enjoy the experience in the moment, you know. So I think the goal and the metrics are just completely different whenever you're, and it depends what you're talking about, because obviously creator economy, a lot of the creator economy is putting content on social platforms and getting eyeballs on it, but our focus is more the experience in the moment rather than the sharing on social per se.
Great, thanks for that. Anyone else want to add?
I guess it just makes me think about, so as an impact filmmaker, someone who really wants to create sort of protopian story experiences, you know, incrementally better futures. We have just this dearth of apocalyptic gloom and doom that Hollywood puts out, and we have no vision of potentially better futures that we could all live in, even amidst within the challenges of climate. And I think of sort of these live installations and the actual impact emotionally that it can have because of artifacts in it. I know this designer, his name is Julian Bleecker, and he's the head of the Near Future Laboratory, and he's famous for his artifacts that he builds from the future. So he builds like a cereal box from 40 years in the future, and the cereal box is made of unique materials, and within that cereal, the actual cereal itself is made. And like, what is the ink? It creates this whole discourse of the world based upon this like one element. And so think of sort of these hybrid experiences where we can create all these different elements that in a way, because of haptic technology, can be tangible and can create stories around each of them that an audience can then put into this story world. And then of course, you know, hopefully those inspirations will share out onto social media, but I think really from the impact space, you need to get tangible. So I think this is an exciting opportunity.
This is such an important point. If anything from this day, because this is a big takeaway. We look at media and we complain, and I think that to look at the opportunity that you could have agency for your future by acting and simulating futures, that you can use generative media for participatory future. You could simulate that, and then you can create experiences and physical objects from that future. And what I realized with the Sora 2, the ability that you could create your own lookalike in seconds and see it dancing in a musical and doing things you would never do, there's something so relieving about that. It's like our mirror neuron in a brain said, hey, you just did that. That's possible. It gives hope. So we could use all what we're talking about here to give ourselves a little bit more hope in this reality.
Yeah, and I think that actually leads really well to our final question, which is about what is the creator opportunity here? You know, we've been talking about phygital and, you know, phygital storytelling and what it's like to be a filmmaker in this world. What's the biggest opportunity for creators right now in immersive tech and AI? And how can we best prepare to turn imagination into living worlds rather than just content?
I just want to jump directly from the following sentence to say, you live now in a world that there will be an AI influencer taking your views, taking your screen time. You would live in a world of AI slurp everywhere. Your only hope is with the other creators. The joy that I found with the community of AI creators, moving the competition of Hollywood aside and saying, how can we actually learn this completely new medium that maybe questions what does it mean to even be human and if humans are needed here. So many VFX and editors and people who maybe lost their job recently who are looking in the new medium and asking what is the human importance in this loop? And what we found is this collective joy of, wow, together we can imagine things and have emergent stories come that we could have never think about. When people say, hey, build your community and monetize it, they're still thinking about the one ego in the top of this creator economy. And that's the shift that needs to happen. It's open your eyes to the other creators and try and build something together with them.
That's beautiful. I think all of that, I'm still marinating in that. Also, this is, I think, the time right now that we have to remember the true power of story for the human species. Story was the catalyst for communication across generations. It was the framework that we used. Our brains remember better if in the story architecture. It engages like music, all lobes of our brains. And we have commodified it down to these 8-second bites in an attention economy, and it's awful. Storytelling should be elevated, and now anybody, if they have the intent for a story, they have tools that they can bring it to their family, to their community, to a larger audience. And so I really hope that there are more creatives that maybe wouldn't have given these new emerging tech tools a try because, you know, they were against it ethically. We need everybody's story out there. We can't just have a certain subset of people who are early tech adopters having their stories out there. So just embrace your inner storyteller because everybody is one.
Thanks for that. I agree with both points, particularly on the digital slop. Is that what you refer to it as? Okay.
I'm not native English, so.
Yeah. So, like, I think a real challenge is, I mean, obviously there is all the digital slop or slurp or whatever it might be, and if even the Sora example that you showed earlier. So if somebody can create the Marilyn Monroe on Hollywood Boulevard, and then if the same day 100 of your friends on social media all do the same thing, it all becomes samey very quickly. I think the thing that we can't replace in all of this is the concept of being at a physical place and having shared experiences with other humans. It's kind of always comes back to the human thing, which is why we focused. So like our tool, if somebody wants to create an experience, they need to, at the minute, know how to use Unity or Unreal or possibly Eighth Wall, but it's still HTML, JavaScript, CSS. There's a lot of like technical barriers to creating location-based experiences. So if you want an element of phygital where you have a physical space and a digital experience, but you want to create that shared experience with your friends, it's still too difficult to do. So that's why we have focused on making that more accessible. But I think the more that our phones get flooded with the same content, and like the concept, I don't know, maybe I personally believe that if we end up looking at Instagram and TikTok of lots of AI generated influencers spouting lots of nonsense about all these different products, like I think people will completely switch off from that and go the complete opposite direction, and it will be about shared human experiences at physical locations. And you can already see that with younger generations, where there was definitely a generation where they basically grew up on Roblox and it was all about looking at a computer screen, and even younger generations already now are starting to do things without phones because that's the thing where they feel more of a connection. And I think that will likely happen. It'll happen with digital in it though. It's like there will be parts of digital, but the more we populate the feeds that people get, the more people will move away from them, I think.
Just even yesterday, Jamie Bryant, who's COO of Promise, which is a native AI company, he spoke to that. He said that there might be so much AI content that it will push people into more real world spaces, into the tribe. And I think that there can be room for both. This isn't a zero-sum game.
Amazing. Well, what I'd like to do is open it up for questions. I'm not sure how long we have. If anybody knows, let me know. But there's a question over there, if you don't mind. Oh.
I'm talking to you as an old school, I was going to say brick and mortar, but blood and guts design architect, licensed to kill and revive life. Can you address the connection that this is going to have with human beings to Mother Nature? Are we going to become more aware of it? When I'm a little older than you guys, when my 33-year-old came into the world, there was no playing in alleyways. There was just playing with the screen. And I believe that's had an effect on all kinds of things like ADD. And so just where do we earn the connection that shaped our grandparents?
I think that's a very good question. And for me, the answer is in leadership. Who leads us? Right now, economic stakeholders and technology masters are leading this race, but I think humanists need to lead this. That's why the humanists, the creatives, the artists, they need to enter the tech space, like you mentioned, not only share their stories, but also see what we're doing with this technology. I used to direct theater shows. So I'm saying it's possible to exist in this technology world and not to sell yourself to the devil. And it's important even that more people enter that space and ask those questions. And not to be afraid to bring the elephant in the room. Great AI video that you did. How much electricity and how many woods did you have to cut to produce it, right? To have the mindset to have an open conversation about the consequences of using this technology and the intent of using this technology.
Joseph Campbell, the elephant in the room, the guy who invented the five basic story types, he was connected to nature in a different way than we are.
I love that you brought that up. I've been researching sort of a new mythic archetype for our era, and so I've been diving deep back into Joseph Campbell and Maureen Murdoch, who was a student of his, looking at the heroine's journey, not just the heroes. And one of the things I didn't know about Joseph Campbell was that towards the end of his life, he said we were missing the myth of the planet. Because what we all do here is, follow the lone hero's journey's arc. You know, we need to be over that. We need to be past this 3-act structure. What is our 4th act now as a species, as a collective? I love the nature question. I'm really privileged to be sort of part of the environmental Hollywood community, having worked on a bunch of climate projects. And the climate, the love of nature, that exists out there. It's just not front and center in media. And so I think that if we find a way to sort of, and that's one of the things I was, referencing before, a lot of my climate and Hollywood friends, they will not touch AI because of both the ethical and the environmental issues. But I want to see their stories about this. So it's really a catch-22. I think leadership is such an important, a vision. I think of, even from technology, did we have a chief technology officer at the White House when ChatGPT dropped in November 22? No, we had no leadership, nobody to educate us about what this technology, what this infrastructure is. I mean, I go around and I talk to older adults trying to educate them about how generative AI came to be over the past 60 years. It didn't just poof appear. There's decades of technology underneath it.
Right, the kids, I have a 5-year-old. If I tell him don't do it, he will do it. So when we say, AI like this, so here, I invite you on Saturday. I do an event in Topanga for Nature Meets Technology, where we will explore how we can use AI to talk about nature and to actually create films that talk about climate change and impact. And we do it. I live in the house of the writer of Dr. Dolittle. He had a lot of animals coming in and talking to him. So yes, you could even in LA have access to nature and think about how nature contributes to your mental wellness.
Well, I'm definitely coming to that. I'm right next door. I was going to say that I have a film that is going through film festivals right now, and it was my love letter to mental health. And I had someone who wrote a book with the Dalai Lama, and he did a meditation, and we created this beautiful underwater space where you did a meditation while watching in VR, and you dive like a dolphin. You take a deep breath, and you dive into your soul. And it helps you in 4 minutes with this guided meditation, just go back to what's impermanent, or what is your center being beyond, what is your soul. You dive into your soul, and it's this calming thing. And I think if more people are thinking about how can we use these things to make people feel better, that's a potentially a beautiful way to use this technology, and we do need more artists to creating that kind of work. And I think with AI, again, it'll speed it up, or it'll allow you to create more vast worlds than I was able to create in my piece, but you can continue expanding that kind of conversation. So.
Sorry. Oh, there it is. Sorry, I get excited about stuff like this. The one thing that something recent I read, and just a movement, is not just having human-centric stories. What happens when plant life and animal life is the protagonist? We're developing these AI tools that they're about to announce that they understand a type of whale, the language, the songs and language of a whale. And so, what if we can start understanding, how a plant is processing energy, through photosynthesis? There's an incredible short story in one of ASU's climate fiction book about this mycelium network that basically saves the world. And so what does it look like when we have different narrators that aren't just human-centric?
I fully agree. We've actually, in the last couple of years, started to do a lot more of that as well. So it used to be very much human protagonist in all the stories, and we've moved, so it's probably 20% or less as human protagonists, and now thinking about things completely differently, because I suppose you kind of, I think only when you get into designing things, then you start to do the human thing, then it's not that relatable, and actually you have much more freedom to do a lot more other things with the technology. So we've started to, not have humans as the protagonists in the main bit of the story, which kind of opens you up to all types of storytelling then. It's a lot of fun.
Cool. What's the time like, everybody? Do you have time for more questions? Or are we?
Sean, are you here? I know we have another panel, another fire chat, and then we will screen the movie that we all created. I think they are still in the back there working on it if anyone wants to pop in. Sean, the next panel?
1 second.
Yeah,
All right.
we are ready.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you
Thank
so
you very
much,
much.
everybody.
Thank you so much.
Thanks for listening.
So that's great. Matt Coleman's my name. I'm moderating the session today from Sydney, living in LA, one of the transplants here. Like this guy over here, Neil. Just pointed it out. This panel is all around location-based entertainment. A little bit about my background. I'm in the immersive space for about 10 years. Previously working with Warner Music for about 15 years. So completely different change. But I love the XR and AR VR business. Been in it for 10 years. I work in sports. We are working with an NFL project, which I'll talk about during the panel. But yeah, without further ado, you know Michael, people, so yeah, welcome.
Will I give a little bit of context to why this one is relevant?
Hang on, let's move it along to, yeah, just quick. And Tony, welcome, and Colin. I will get Tony to kick off about who you are and where you're from.
Okay,
in
Tony
Florida
Musso.
and all that sort of stuff.
I live
just
in
quick.
Thank you. Yeah, live in Orlando. I've had the opportunity to be involved in a lot of interesting projects across the spectrum of themed entertainment and film. I was one of the founding members, owners of Soundelux Entertainment Group back in the 90s into the 2000s. We were in the feature film, sound, and music business. Did very well, spun off another division called Showworks, where we designed and built theme park attractions and shows and things like that. Currently, I have my own company, Total Media Creative, which is a digital agency producing content like projection mapping and other types of media projects, unique media projects for themed entertainment and museums and so on. And I'm also vice president of Artistic Entertainment Services, which is a theming, design, and fabrication company. So we talk about the phygital, the physical. AES is the physical, designing and building sets and scenery and themes and so on. The hard product, and then Total Media Creative is the digital. So it was interesting when the word phygital came up because
you could pronounce it. That's right.
Phygital. I got it this time. It's kind of what we've been doing in themed entertainment for years. I think Walt Disney was, a pioneer in it. So everything we've done, now it's obviously evolved and it's become much more interactive, but putting people into an immersive space where the physical and the digital combine to create an experience. Now people are actually participating in that experience. I'm going to cut it now and turn it over here because I'm running on.
Yeah, you might want to just hold the mic back a bit because of the crack. But yeah, Colin, look, really good to see you. You've got a lot of stuff to talk about today, but just to mention your projects using AI in film and entertainment. It's going to be really interesting. So yeah, please introduce yourself. Welcome.
Thank you very much. My name is Colin Brady, and I'm very excited to be here. This is super timely, like more timely than you guys know. Like I literally just came out of the most amazing meeting maybe I've had in years.
I thought you cancelled that.
No, that's that next week. No, so I was one of the first animators at Pixar. I was there in the early days before Pixar was a household name. I was an animator on. I did a lot of that movie, Woody and Buzz. But anytime Buzz was sad, and Jessie the Cowgirl, I oversaw. I directed on Toy Story 2 for 18 months when it transitioned from a DVD to a theatrical release. Mr. Potato Head, and I mean, so what's really interesting right now is we're doing the same exact thing right now that I did 30 years ago, which is the way to make AI work is keeping the human actor at the center of the process. I'm a big fan of Sora and all those things out there, and I love everything. I love it, love it, love it, love it. No one's cracked the character, really. They have the pretty talking girls. They have the Sasquatches. No one knows how to direct this stuff yet. And I can't talk about the very large studio I'm working with right now. I'm not even sure I can mention one of our partners. Maybe later, if we connect, I can talk a little bit more. But we're at the cusp of, I really, really believe, of making the $5 million animated Pixar feature. And why? I just saw it. I just saw a glimpse of it that I'm directing, and I'm blown away in the last month the way that this stuff improved. So what's the secret? I'll tell you one of the secrets. Just like we did at Pixar, you act it out. You have a person act this stuff out with their body. I mean, every shot I've ever animated, Mr. Potato Head, I have video somewhere in a closet of me acting this stuff out. I got to work at Industrial Light and Magic for many years. I got to work with all my heroes. George Lucas and Steven Spielberg. I did a remake of E.T., which no one liked, but the E.T. is still surviving. I got supervised the Hulk, Ang Lee, and Men in Black, Lemony Snicket. I think I was the first one to motion capture little babies. So I'm forming a new studio right now. I'm looking for partners. But there's something really exciting going on, and I could talk more and more. I'm actually surprised I haven't leaked anything like about who I'm working with. But I just literally, this is the craziest thing. I literally just came like half an hour ago from the most amazing meeting, and late December I'll be able to show everything I'm talking about. It's an IP I've developed that how can 3 people do 8 minutes of super high quality animation? It's possible, like Pixar style animation. Anyway, that's what I'm about, and I look forward to talking with some of you guys later.
Oh, fantastic, Colin. Thanks for that. It's good to see straight off the studio lot, right? The AI lot, by the sound of it. There's a plug for Todd. Anyway, AI on the lot. But Michael, thanks for joining us again. You are doing some amazing stuff all around the world. You're from Dublin. Thanks for flying in. We talked earlier about transforming, with Tony's experience in theme parks and how location-based entertainment has evolved, and how you've taken it to an AR, XR level. Yeah, I know. Just talk about, maybe some high-level numbers on how many projects you've done in the last few years, and I know you're working with the Chinese here as well on projects.
Yeah, so we've around 150 experiences in I think 12 or 13 countries now, so all of our experiences are location-based experiences, and we started. So if you're telling an immersive storytelling experience in a location, we felt the obvious place to start were places where stories are already told. So that's typically visitor attractions, tourist attractions, or historical and heritage locations. So we worked with a lot of them all around the world. We actually created an experience in Ireland's version of Alcatraz. So it's a prison island off the coast of Ireland. 8 times the size of Alcatraz. Was the largest prison in the world in 1850. So a really fascinating place. But if you go there, the way you communicated or way you learnt about that place when you got there. There was lots of text boards, and then there was a couple of historians that would walk around until you got to the front door, and then they would let you walk around yourself. And then there was an audio guide, which didn't really work. So we looked at the location and thought, how could we use immersive location-based storytelling to kind of bring the location to life? So the first stop is the guard's room, and when you walk into the guard's room, you see the guard there. He's warming his hands against the fire. He turns around and he starts waving his baton at you, and you're being incarcerated. And then the next room, and the purpose there's a lot of like sound effects of the fire crackling and that type of thing. And then in the next scene is the punishment cell, and there's a guy chained to a wall, and he's blindfolded, and he's crying, and he talks about how he's blindfolded to the wall for 23.5 hours per day, which is really what happened. And it's interesting, like obviously our goal is for people to have an emotional connection to the content and to the location that they're in. The very first day we were there was 2 ladies walking around. They'd been walking around for about 2 hours, and I gave them an iPad and let them see the punishment cell experience, and they both started crying, and the general manager of the attraction was there, and I was like, oh shit, this might not be a good thing. But he was delighted, because they said they'd walked around for 2 hours, and they knew that this was a significant location, but they hadn't really considered the human impact and the impact this place had on humans, you know. So we
actually, could you just hold that note?
Yeah.
So we talked earlier about the first 10 people to put up their hands and go to the back of the room can actually see this right now, but I don't expect you to.
Yeah.
But if you'd like to try any of these out, please see us later. I'm going.
Yeah. So basically we start, and we do experiences like that, and sometimes it isn't always, you know, there's the harrowing punishment cells in a prison is one thing, but we do a lot of work in visitor attractions, and then we do a lot of work in now large corporates. So we do a lot of work with Google and Salesforce and others. So ultimately what we do is try and take a message that's conveyed in a more traditional manner via PowerPoints or audio guides or whatever it might be, and turn that into a location-based immersive experience, but always using the physical location. So it's not like a tabletop experience. It's not like a miniature thing. They're always life-size and location-based. And until you've actually experienced some of these, you don't really get how impactful and powerful they can be. So you can see videos of them, you can see all these different things, but whenever you're there and there's an object there and you can walk around it and it really feels like it's there, or like there's lots of like things you got to get right in the technology, but if a character is here and then walks behind us, you shouldn't see the character's legs. In a lot of experiences you do, because it's not occluded correctly, but if that's done right, it's so impactful. So we focus on really nailing the technology so the story is really impactful.
Fantastic. And just want to go back to AI. So let's talk about pre-visualization techniques, whether it's film, location-based entertainment as well, and what sort of prompts, you know, you must be the king of prompts down the end here, right?
Yeah, sure.
So I recently saw an AI promotion for a project called the 7 Wonders of the World, and they put in 150 hours with combined different engines. You know, this has just come out yesterday, but it's so real, and you know, even all the new announcements that came out this week, it's just driving it forward. So I'd like to talk about how each of you, you know, look at AI in this particular space, and how do we create something like the next Pokemon Go with intellectual property that you're all creating? You know, you've all worked with major IP here. I mean, Pokemon Go made, I think, $6 billion. How do you take advantage, as another thought-provoking comment around Snap? 900 million monthly users. I think that's, on a daily basis, they have about 40 million daily users, all location-based, content, interactive.
8 billion uses of AR on Snapchat every single day.
It's crazy.
So there's 15 billion Google searches every day and 8 billion uses of AR on Snapchat alone every single day.
Yeah, and the reason why we want to talk about this is because they've got their new smart glasses that they launched at AWE a few months ago in Long Beach for next year. You can talk about that in a minute, Michael, but I want to go back to Colin around pre-visualization techniques, and with your gamut of entertainment experience and how you actually build this into theme parks of the future or your own theme park of the future. Well, how are you thinking about AI can fast track this lightning years in advance?
Well, sure. So there's kind of two major categories you touched upon, but I love the fact that, like what Michael was saying, bringing the human at the center of the process. So it sounds like, until you mentioned the prison, I never heard of the prison, but until someone was there and then they saw a human interacting and being full of emotion. When you're saying about the process, I'm thinking like, that sounds like a terrible place to visit, but the emotional connection with humans. So either Pokemon Go character is interesting because they have big eyes, they read from very far away. I went to California Institute of the Arts, which was the Pixar School of Animation, or the Disney School of Animation. So I like to say I truly have a Mickey Mouse degree, but it's because these characters scale really well internationally, and from young and for old. They have big eyes, and you always connect with the eyes. When we were on the first Pixar, we kind of had a debate. It's strange to think about that, but we invented a lot of these techniques. One is keeping eyes constraint at a point in space. Not always a point, but when that point darts, it darts from dut, 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 dut. And so when someone's talking, they get that little glint, but the eye is always alive. When the eye dies, everything dies. This was something that took a while for bad CG to kind of get worn out. Everybody does it now. The point is keeping characters front and center. People connect with other people. We're an emotional species, and we need humans to connect with other humans. So keeping humans at the center, even if it's something that, that's the other end of the spectrum. I generally make little mascots. I make things that will look hopefully good on billboards or little tiny thumbnail sketches. It's really true about the thumbnail sketch. I helped build a studio in Beijing for a while in 2013 called Light Chaser. And nothing warmed my heart more than to be in the south of China, to be the only American, and to see a Buzz Lightyear painting up on the wall. Poorly done, but it was still Buzz Lightyear, and it means these things scale universally. So I think keeping humans, keeping characters at the center is really always key. Secondarily, the previs process is very near and dear to my heart. Going back to Pixar, it all started with the storyboards, and you need, it still comes back to the gag. Forget AI and all this stuff. It comes back to human ideas. It's like, what's the funny way this guy can get over this chair or trip down the elevator? That's my bread and butter. And you still need those things. But now I'm finding myself, instead of using a team of, it used to be like, 9 layout artists. Each person carefully crafts each shot. And then you have a beautiful storyboard, and you get to the layout process, and none of these shots go together. Or everyone's showing off, and each shot is too fancy. And you're like, and so it's actually, there's many cases that are developing now. Fewer minds are more powerful than many minds. One person looking at the whole layout as a process is a lot more efficient. So not only is one person better, but then the next question is, how do you do this? Using things like the Unreal Engine are awesome, an iPad and the Unreal Engine, or even your iPhone. Now we can start digitally crafting out the shot. So typically, I first create the world, like a little set, a digital set usually, of the world, and then I just go on my scouting location. I sit there and I just play around. How would Michael Bay shoot this? How would Scorsese shoot this? How would Spielberg shoot this? And you could do 20 different versions in one day. You could do it all as one shot. You could do many different shots. So there are two major things. There's the story you're telling, which is the choreography, no different than seeing a stage play on Broadway or high school theater. There's a beginning, middle, and end. Secondarily, what do you do with the camera and how many cuts do you have? That's up to you as director. So in the last couple of months, I find I'm not even using the digital process as much. I'm good with Maya. I'm still doing it with Maya. I use Meshy AI. I take my rough images, I create 3D models out of them, and then I go and I play. Sometimes I can connect the phone to the character. I play with virtual cinematography as if I'm playing with little toys, digitally, and I work out all the camera moves. But for the acting, what just developed in the last 2 months, I'm blocking this out with myself or with puppets. $50 little puppets from your kid's closet work really, really well in blocking out the point you want to make, getting the right over the shoulders, getting the continuity. This is the thing that just exploded. So anyway, I hope I was able to thread that needle and kind of get, but that's keeping the power in fewer minds, but connecting always with the human center of every person. That's the key.
Quick question. So are you thinking about, with this new AI film deal that is about to be announced, are you thinking about transmedia and how Pixar would take something to market, with the gaming element, with the books and the merchandising and
Yeah,
all
I
that
mean,
sort of stuff.
Sure, all of that. And I've been involved with video game engines, and we've developed some apps and things like that. And I love all that stuff. But it does start with a good character and a good story you can relate to. And so I've kind of gone full circle in some ways. Sometimes you can start with the IP of a video game and craft a story out of it. Other times craft a story and turn it into the little characters in a video game. I mean, Angry Birds was a silly little game, but very cute little voices, cute designs, very bouncy animation. Became a movie. Talking Tom was an app that you just poked and he said a couple of lines. Turned into $1 billion franchise. So I kind of don't care how it gets there. I don't care if you start with a keychain or you do an adaptation of Shakespeare and you turn it into something with it in outer space. To me, it's all the same. It's creating stories, universal stories that give people hope, give people meaning in their life. So I kind of don't care which angle it comes at from, as long as the character gets out there and hopefully you own a piece of that.
Yeah, I'm sure Michael will want to have a chat to you at some stage about all of that. Yeah, no, that's great. I just see that transmedia connection and how a studio, you know, Netflix just announced an AI deal this week. Fox did the same thing. It's going to happen. And, you know, if you guys want to check out the news on that, it's hot off the press in the last couple of days and obviously in the last hour. Which is under NDA. Yeah.
Well, I just want to say I'm fascinated with these two. I'd rather hear them talk than myself.
I wanted you to talk about the original theme park that you helped build in Orlando.
Well, we've done...
And how the Nintendo franchise is now doing XR
AR,
down the road.
AR.
Right?
So I got involved in with Universal Studios in 1989. With the first batch of attractions there in Florida, and was fascinated by the whole process. Thought, who gets to do this kind of work? This is the coolest work in the world. Seeing King Kong, you know, and all these things come to life. And it's like, again, I mean, it was the convergence of the physical space and an experience, putting people in the show, in the story. I think, and to your point, you know, I think the human factor now is critical. I mean, I was one of those skeptical about AI a little bit, like, you know, where's this going? But the story comes from a human. It needs to be directed by a human. It's a whole thing there. I mean, I use it in storyboarding. I use it in previs breakdowns of you know, setting up shots and how you want to. Now, I've still done traditional previs and everything, but got to admit, you know, it's a little faster and a little less of a team.
A little more slick.
A little slick. You know, it still needs tweaking. It still needs the right kind of prompts. And then to your point, I mean, I think it's fascinating the use of AR technology in tours and things. I was mentioned earlier, I did a proposal, so it was probably 12 years ago, for a city that wanted a walking tour, an AR-driven walking tour, go up to a specific historic site and something comes to life. The technology wasn't quite there at the time, and it would have been a science project and cost a lot of money. So we need to go to San Juan together and talk to. So, and you know, I had the opportunity again. Some of the IPs you mentioned, I did the attraction side of those. Men in Black. I was a director on that project, and so you know, that was more of an interactive sort of you're in the ride once again. I think that the AI, where it's going, can be much more interactive in these attractions and things, where, you know, you're not only just participating in the experience, but you're interacting and there's some feedback happening. You can ask a question or maybe take the whole story in a different direction by the way you interact with what's around you. So it's a fascinating time to be in this business. You know, as I mentioned earlier, Sound Deluxe, we were, you know, one of the top sound companies for film, and that's kind of the old school 2D. You sit there and you watch, and that's the story, you know. Once technology expanded, now you've got surround sound, so that took the story a little further, you know. But now with the Sphere and other projects like that, the story is all around you. You know, there's different senses, there's smell, there's you know, different tactile things that take place in those experiences. So, you know, it's like I said, it's a fascinating time, and we need to work together.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, Michael, I wanted you to elaborate a bit more on the Snap launch that you've got coming up in December.
Yep.
As well as, and it's going into the AI side of that.
Yeah, well, maybe touching on AI first. So we use AI probably like a lot of companies, like quite a lot, but I think for the right thing. So like we will use it in the previs process. We also use it as essentially as a communication aid. So if we're communicating to a client what we want something to look like, you could have spent days doing renders on Photoshop and whatever else to try and communicate what an experience will look like. You can now do that in seconds with the right prompt. So we can like quite quickly iterate on what it should look and feel like before we go anywhere near building the experience. So we use it in that kind of preparation and concept stage quite a lot. We have tried to use it in experiences, right? And you've probably seen some of these experiences, but like I got a demo from a company in Paris about 18 months ago, and it was a painting on the wall. It was Mona Lisa, and you could speak with Mona Lisa. So I was like, this is great. So I always asked them what they had for lunch. So I said, how's your day going? She said, it's fine. I said, what
lunch?
Yeah, what do you have for lunch? And she said, I had sewage. And the guy was like, oh, don't ask that question. And then I did another demo about 6 months later from a guy who built something for us. So in a particular part of Dublin, there are bronze statues to commemorate the famine that happened in Ireland about 170 years ago. And then there's also a ship from that time. And even though he put all the controls around it, I asked it a question to tell me a little bit about what's happening in Dublin. And it obviously got mixed up between the ships. So I thought there was a massive bronze ship in the center of Dublin, which there's just not. So then, like Niantic have had some good examples recently where you can like interact with AI characters, but what you end up getting to, because most companies are so concerned about what they'll say, you end up controlling it so much that like it's kind of just like a pre-programmed chatbot. Like you'll ask it, what did you have for lunch? And then it's only there to talk to you about these chairs. So it'll say, well, what about these chairs? And it just keeps bringing you back to where you want to go. So like it's kind of like, I think I haven't really seen enough examples at the minute of how we could implement AI, like real-time AI conversational stuff in experiences where a client will be comfortable that it could say lots of things but wouldn't say the wrong thing, so we're not quite there yet.
Yeah, there's the Salvador Dali Museum in Florida, which you guys may have heard about. I've been dying to get down there, and I will get there, but evidently that's a great experience, and I think it's been there 18 months or so now, and so that tourism museum side of entertainment basically is coming to life, literally. Colin, did you want to say something?
Sure, I just want to jump in. Yeah, I previously also worked with some of this technology as well, and what was really exciting is that now that the cameras are very good at tracking body language, I mean, as an animator, I always like to look at body poses. Every single person here is sitting in a slightly different pose. That's a signature of that's a message that you're broadcasting, whether you know it or not. Every blink is also a message, every eye dart. So these are things that all can be tracked in real time, and the digital character can evolve and have a more natural way of speaking to you differently than it would speak to you, than it would speak to you. And so, so I think real-time feedback is key. I think it's a key in nature. It worked for Jimi Hendrix's guitar. I think feedback is the key to getting a more organic process. So the more you can increase the feedback loop between what's being AI generated and the person's response, the better. And so, and that from everywhere from how you're dressing to every little micro expression on your face. So I think we're at a very exciting time. But also, the last point, I think the problem with AI, compliance. It apologizes too much, and it's too interested in going with your conversation. Good conversation is that the person's coming at you with a different point of view that might even be irritating, which is awesome. Which makes people really, really interesting. And so I think so much of the AI, I think it needs more of a spine and a clear personality, a clear lane, and just don't apologize for it. Quit apologizing, AI. Do your thing. Insult me. I want it. I want something that actually is telling me something from someone's point of view.
Yeah, Michael, go back to the Snap launch.
Yeah, so we actually launched a demo of something with Snap at the front of the Chinese in June on their spectacles. So Snap, I'm not sure how in touch everybody is with the different headsets that are out there. There's lots of different glasses and AR headsets that you can use. So Meta have the Meta Quest, and then there's the Apple Vision Pro. they're all different styles of glasses. So Snap released their 7th iteration of their spectacles, which we're working with at the minute, and we're launching quite a big experience in Ireland later this year. So it's a very different style of experience when you launch it, right? So we've been building a lot of mobile AR. So like inherently in mobile AR, you're holding your phone up and then you have this little window into the world around you. So there might be a massively immersive experience around you, but all you have is this little window, and you can like move it closer to your face if you want, or you can get an iPad so it gets a little bit bigger. But for things to be truly immersive, you've got to have you want to get to a point of peripheral vision. Now Snap spectacles are probably one of the most impressive glasses that I have seen, just in terms of how easy it is to put them on and use them. A lot of the other headsets there's like setup involved, so you could be like 10-15 minutes getting your eyes set up before you can really use it. But Snap spectacles, you can just put them on, so they're a really, really impressive device. But the field of view is like a portrait screen within the glasses, so it's still pretty limited. Now the next iteration comes out next year, which should change that again. If anybody gets an opportunity to try the Snap spectacles, I would definitely strongly recommend it. Really, really powerful device, and hopefully we'll be doing something on the spectacles at the Chinese at some stage next year as well.
Oh, the battery's gone on that one. It's been going on all day. Just to give you some reflection on sports, which is my area with the company Fans XR. So we do data visualization and powered by, in part, AI. And we have access to player tracking data for every NFL game. We have an augmented reality experience through smart glasses and cell phones that creates a digital twin. It's an animation version, though, for the younger generation. And where I see the media transformation from, a standard cable account, if you look at what the NFL's done very successfully, they're making hundreds of billions of dollars in media rights over a number of years, but they've segmented out the audience onto different streaming channels, which leaves a gap. Well, where is the younger generation? Because the average age of a television viewer is 55 to 65 in sports right now, would you believe? The gaming market's taken a stranglehold, which comes back to location-based entertainment here. So look out next year with what we're doing at the same time. I wanted to mention, because sports in stadium, out of stadium, a lot of the teams are really looking into this right now. And the advertising industry, if you go to a Rams game, or you saw the playoffs last year, Carnival's doing an AR advertising activation in stadium at SoFi. So there's lots of different gamification, sponsorship, advertising solutions that we're all working on. But Colin, we've probably got one or two more questions. Really wanted to ask you, what is your go-to engines that I'm sure you can tell the world, because it's the magic is behind your workflow, I assume, right? But what engines do you like using?
Probably the number one. I mean, on an hourly basis. I mean, I've been in the modes where I'm like using 5 simultaneously, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. So it all kind of blurs together. But Runway, Midjourney, Luma, ChatGPT, 11 Labs. I think that's my.
What do you start with, though?
Sometimes I start with either a doodle or a little story idea, or you know what? My favorite tool in the world is a marker board, an actual marker board with markers that you can smell. I don't think I can think without one of those things. Man, every room, as far as I'm concerned, should have a marker board. That's my favorite tool.
Tip
in
of the
world.
day?
Yeah, a marker board, because you can then erase things with your thumb and you can smell it and you touch it. It's tactile. Drawing with chalk with my kids is one of my favorite things. However, so that's the inspiration. I've taken pictures from my marker board, and I'll feed that into Midjourney. I'll mix it with other various different prompts together. And I'm extremely positive. I'm not worried. There's all the copyright issues for the lawyers to work out. I don't think about that. I move past that. Now, sometimes different studios I work with, they have their own rules that you can't use this or you can't use that tool, and I abide by that. Personally, I don't have any problem with sampling a bazillion tiny bits, and the thing I produce is a sample of those million pieces of information, because we all are doing that with our brains every day. And as long as you're not stealing from their IP or confusing the world with that IP, I don't see a problem with it.
Do you lose your IP, though, if you put it into ChatGPT? I know we're not lawyers here, but I've heard various comments on pending patent ideas and all that.
I don't know. I mean, you know, I'm not sure where the lawyers are going to come down to this. There's also just like the first to market kind of principle as well. Like I've invented many things, and I have several patents, and some have just gone nowhere because I haven't produced a product with these patents yet. Years ago, I blew out my wrist. I had carpal tunnel. I invented a standing mouse that has saved my career. I work faster standing up, clicking with my feet, than I do with this hand. I've never done a damn thing with that, but it's just, maybe I should take it to market. I patented it, but and then the patent ran out. I should just, but my point is, I just want to move fast. I don't care about the rules. That's for my partners to figure out.
No, fair enough. And Tony, what's your comments on, you know, engines and and
okay.
also, you know, where is the money in this, you know, for you and the industry that you can see in the next 5 years? It's a loaded question.
That's a loaded question. I think it's more in the savings than in the revenue, in productivity and so on. And I hope that chat doesn't own my stuff, because what I use it, I'll write a story and I'll just say, clean this up, or add a little more action to this, or make this character a little more humorous, but it's my story. So now I better go look at the fine print. So yeah, I don't know, the question about where's the revenue in the future on this, that's one I can't answer right now. I do think, though, it's more in the savings and production costs and certain things that can help productivity and speed and so on, like, you know.
Yeah, real quick, so, you know, animation, it's kind of a broken industry right now. These $200 million movies, they're a big gamble, and then they have to be so safe sometimes. So if you can, once again, if you can get the cost down, now you can take some chances, retain the majority of the IP, and I think that's where the money is to hold as much of the IP, to not let the studios gobble up the IP. And so small teams can be really powerful. You know, when someone says, oh, you know, AI is not, you know, oh yeah, AI did that for you. I'm like, if we had lunch together and I said, how'd you get here? You didn't really get here by yourself. You got here in a car. Well, but it was your idea to drive the car and tell it, to figure out where it's going. That's all. AI is just another tool. Since fire and the wheel, it's just another tool. It just needs someone to drive it. And I don't think AI has any thought of what it wants to do. I want to firmly state AI is not conscious. I don't think it ever will be. You have to tell it what to do. It's completely stupid. It's absolutely stupid. It needs humans to drive it, and there are no ideas there that are original unless humans give it. So I think humans are at the center of this, and I think will always be.
Just one last little quick. And so one of the projects I had the opportunity to work on was Terminator 2 3D, Universal Studios. And Skynet means the end of everything. So hopefully we don't get there, and that the robots don't need us anymore, because I think the human factor is the key right now. But it's moving so fast and growing so fast and learning so fast, it's kind of hard to tell where this may end up.
So, I mean, a lot of similar tools. I think I'm sure everybody uses ChatGPT. Use a lot of Google VO at the minute for video. So we, instead of trying to do a proposal of what an experience will look and feel like, we actually do the full visitor journey in less than 8-second clips and then make it into like a 1-minute video. So if you're communicating what an experience will feel like for somebody who enters that attraction, 1-minute video of them like entering, putting on the headset, what they'll see, the whole thing. So like you can go to like really, and that'll either work, people will be like, oh, I love it, or else they'll be like, that's not what I was thinking at all. So yeah, so for pitching, so we use that a lot. The other thing, and people might do this, I find this really helpful, like to construct a proper prompt is actually quite difficult if you look at like prompt engineering and like what you need for a proper prompt. But you can get ChatGPT to construct a prompt for you, so you can prompt it and then give it the little snippet, so you couldn't be bothered writing the like 3 pages of what it needs to be, but you can say, I want it, act like a prompt engineer and do this, and then it'll write the kind of 3-page thing, and then take that and put it into VO, and what you get out of the tools when you get ChatGPT to write the prompt is like worlds different from writing it yourself. So that's one thing that I like to do.
Good, good. So we're going to finish up with 15 seconds of wisdom here from each of you, or what tips you have outside of your invention. So I'm going to pass the, actually, no, Michael, why don't you go first?
15 seconds on, 15 seconds on just Jen. I'm going to use this 15 seconds as a shameless plug. So I think location-based experiences will be massive. We are launching one today at the Chinese Theatre. So if you download the Invizar app, you can do, there's 4 experiences outside the Chinese and the Dolby, so you can do them today. And also Lurio, our tool, which enables anybody to create experiences for them. So I think we will, a bit like what Canva did to graphic design, it made it truly accessible for people to design photos, videos, images, lots of things. I think building worlds and building experiences will become a whole lot more accessible. So entirely shameless plug for our tool, Lurio.
15 seconds. Maybe I'll speak really slow. I think that I've already said it. I think the human factor is the key, and that as long as we keep that involved in everything we do, then the output will be good. And I think that prompting is the key. And what I'll do a lot of times is update my prompts. Now do this. I'll give it a lot of backstory. I'll give some character backstory into it, and it'll improve its output. I think in themed entertainment, it's again, it's taking the guests deeper into the experience, keeping them in retail. I should say there's a project I'm involved in where a big retailer is building an FEC in the middle of the store because they want longer linger time, and they want people to stay in the store and have an experience so that they may spend more. They think that if they keep them there more, they'll spend more. So I think that the future is exciting. I think in themed entertainment, it's people like that gentleman back there who is a designer, and you can't do it without. So that's my 15 seconds.
Absolutely. People are the key to this whole thing. I think for me, it's like I kind of had a reawakening once I had children, and just playing with bugs on the sidewalk, and realizing the importance of the uniqueness of every person. When I hire someone at my studio, I always like to throw them the question, what's your superpower? And it might stun them for a second. But I honestly believe, and it's no BS, that everyone has really something special, a unique thing. And I think keeping humans away from the pure consumers, keeping them engaged to find the uniqueness of what makes them special. Not everybody has to be a crazy eccentric guy that talks too much. Some people are wonderful thinkers and melancholic programmers and doers, and you need bossy people, and you need calm people, you need steady people. But my point is, every person is unique, so I see these tools at its best as a magnifier of your superpowers. And so whatever this turns into, unless it's magnifying the human spirit, the unique human spirit that happened once and will never happen again, unless it's doing that, I don't want any part of it. I think this is all about people and bringing the human person even to more of a full potential, and really understanding and appreciating what it is to be human.
Really appreciate you guys turning up today. Everyone, please put your hands together. What a fantastic panel. Really thought-provoking today, guys, and thank you very much for coming along. And feel free to network, and well, thank you very much for coming. Yeah, thank you.
All right, we have our fireside Okay.
Can you hear me?
Can I get a new mic? Okay, everyone, 1 minute left. Please start heading back to the seats. We got Todd Masilko from Art Center, College of Design in Pasadena. So let's filter back to the seats about here. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Fantastic. All right. Now, as everyone starts to filter back to the seats here, I want us all to take a moment to thank Sean Barrett for producing this fantastic event. Sean, you outdid yourself. I'm so proud of you. Your vision, just was it less than 2 months ago, we were sitting here talking about your vision, and look, it's come to life. And we're so proud of you, Sean. Everyone, Sean Barrett. Sean Barrett. Yes, overnight success. Fantastic. All right, as everyone starts to filter back to the seats here, I'm going to introduce Todd here and read a bit of his bio for you all. Todd Masilko is the chair of the Interaction Design Department at the Art Center College of Design. Then I'm going to let him tell you about the Art Center and a bit more of what he's doing. But the Art Center partners with Caltech Center for Technology and Management Education in a number of different programs. And so it's a pleasure to be able to hear from Todd today and to hear how his students are actually using AI to do things that they were never able to do before. So we're going to see AI in action at the Art Center. Todd, let me start with question number 1. Can you tell us a little bit about the Art Center, College of Design, and the Interaction Department?
Great. Can you all hear me okay? Yeah, great. Okay. So as we just heard, the reason we have slides, there's a variation of what we're going to talk about that we've been hosting up at Art Center in partnership with the Caltech CTME team. So in that particular instance, engineers, managers from companies working with CTME, they go through the sessions at Caltech, but then come up to Art Center and we give them a tour of the campus, we show some student work, and then we share some examples of what we've been doing at the college. So before I get into any of that, does anybody in the room know what Art Center is? Have we heard of it? Okay, that's good. That allows me to get to the chase a little bit faster. Art Center is one of those places where you either, if you know it, you really know it, and if you don't, we need to explain it a little bit. I work in what's called interaction design. So I'll give you a little real super quick backstory. I was many, many years ago a graduate of the industrial design program at Art Center. There was no interaction design program. We didn't have that back then. Over the years, we add new degrees. We're very tech forward. You know what, I'm going to play something while I talk. That was the whole point here. What you're seeing on the screen is footage from what we call graduation show at Art Center. This is all interaction design department work, but if you're ever in Pasadena, California around either April or December, every term that we graduate students, every department in the college has graduating students put on a show of their work. It's fantastic. It's free. I mean, you got to make it to Pasadena, so gasoline or whatever, but it's free. It's wonderful. I wanted to show this because you get a sense in interaction design of the range of concepts, projects, and technologies that students work with. And in the early days of our program, right, we were very like app-centric. You might think of web design, app design, user interface design. We still do these things, right? But as you can probably see from some of the footage, XR, AR, Unreal, Unity, AI, ML. This stuff is like everywhere in the curriculum and in the program. And that's part of what we're going to talk about today. Let me plow through a couple more slides, plug the school, and then we'll talk. We have 3 degree programs in our department. The biggest is a Bachelor of Science and undergraduate degree in Interaction Design. We have an MFA program, and we also have a fairly new, just a 1-year graduate program for working professional designers who are interested in sort of upskilling. So, and then last slide, and then we'll, I guess, move to some Q&A. The way we talk to students coming into the program and their parents who are like, what is interaction design? This is our highly technical diagram, which I actually think is accurate, which is that like there's people, humans, and there's technology, computers. Your car's a computer now. Like your virtual production set's kind of like a lot of computers. Your phone's a computer. So anytime we have technology, particularly new technology, there's a lot of work to do figuring out how to use it, what makes it easy to use, easy to understand, what tools do you need to work with it. That's where we are in our department.
Fantastic, and it's true though. If I say art center to anyone, either their eyes light up and say, "Oh my gosh, tell me more. When can we go visit?" You know, or they're just like, "Okay, can you?" You're exactly right about that. It's such an impactful organization, though. What I'd like to know is what kinds of work are students doing in the interaction program? So, you know, what's being featured during that time where we're all going to visit April, May? You said, right?
The next chance is December 20th.
December,
believe,
okay.
Yeah, so
Ooh, even sooner. I
up.
love it. Yeah. I love it. So tell us about that work and what types of tools are they using?
Yeah, great. Coincidentally enough, I have another video that I'll let loop in the background. Yeah, so in terms of the work, I mentioned sort of UI, UX, but you're seeing some sort of funny looking assignments like the tongue. Like, why would we do that? We've heard some really fantastic discussions about AI tools and the creative workflow today. And I'm just going to mention, you're also going to see in this video examples of, that was actually a mock-up of some tools using modified game controllers for like virtual set controls on a virtual set. We have students working on like proposed gestures for XR work environments, all kinds, lots of graduates go into the automotive experience design space. Yeah, a couple things. Tool-wise, we use all kinds of stuff, including the whole stack of AI-related tools that you've heard talked about today. But in terms of prototyping, like Figma, if anybody's heard of that, that's like a staple. Figma for screen interactions, but we do quite a bit of physical computing work. So Raspberry Pi, Arduino, sensors, and things like that. But the other thing that's happened, which obviously we've talked a lot about game engines and Unreal, particularly in today's conferences, but in our department, what we used to think of predominantly as screen-based interface, game engines are all over the place now. Like pretty much every automobile in development in the world right now, all of the screens and data that you're seeing are running on top of either Unity or Unreal. And likewise, our students that are doing UI work around, let's say, gesture interactions in, let's say, an XR piece of creative software, right? They're using some computer vision, maybe Unity to prototype, but also probably an AI coding assistant as well. And then actually, if I could go back to this video, like the tongue that you're going to see in a second. Why the tongue? With AI tools, as you've heard mentioned a few times today in the various panels, there can be a homogenization that happens. And actually the same with tools like Figma, where we have all these libraries of content. It used to be, 10 years ago in design school, we would bring in a crop of students. We'd have to spend a year with them to start to see what we call the fidelity, like their work starting to look good. They really know how to put together an interface or make a usable interaction. Now they can grab libraries or go into Claude or Replit and ask to code a prototype. And we have something that seems pretty good quickly, but you have to evaluate it. So the tongue, why the tongue? Well, we've actually completely changed curriculum in response to AI tools to do things like, well, now we're going to get an interface make 10 interfaces that people want to touch and pull on or something like that. And so that's where we get weird stuff like that. And so we have to get designers. This is that same back to basics, the human element and the back to basics. We totally 100% see that in our curriculum and our work in interaction design at Art Center, the need for that.
Thank you for echoing that important message. How does the immersion lab fit into this picture?
Okay, I'm glad you asked. Okay, so another thing another part of our department and our program that we're really proud of is what we call the immersion lab. And it sounds like something at Caltech where there's probably like a big building and lots of money, and it's like a room. Originally, it was an unused room because we had a project sponsored, I don't know when this was, like 11, 12 years ago, I can't remember exactly, but HTC, we do a lot of sponsored initiatives at Art Center, right? So HTC, this is the last wave of early VR boom, right? This is during that project. Comes to college and they're like, we want to do a project, we're going to donate a bunch of hardware, we're going to run a class, students are going to tinker on it. We're like, we don't have a classroom for that. Found a big room, set up the equipment, we're like, let's give it a name, make a sign. It's the immersion lab. But, you know.
Now it's official.
It is official because what that became is running that class and a couple of others that followed it. It's like we actually do need a dedicated place to work with kind of unproven, not fully understood emerging technologies. And that's what we do in the immersion lab. We've done everything from classes, workshops with corporate partners, events. The primary things that happen, I'll let this video look, that happen in the immersion lab are classes that deal with lots of AR, VR, mixed reality, XR type work. But we've run all of our, really all of our AI and machine learning focused studio classes, anything that involves like a computer vision or mocap or scanning, motion tracking, these types of things. And so it's a room and it's a space, but it's actually become a really great place where lots of excited faculty and students tinker with emerging technologies.
Fantastic. And so how has AI changed how students work now? We've heard a lot about different different tools, different workflows. Tell me about what's happening at Art Center.
Yeah, great question. So maybe I'll say a couple things about Art Center, the college, and then get right into the interaction department because they're related, but they're different. So, and I'm going to show an example from 2022 when ChatGPT came out in a minute. But you know, AI, right? It's a big topic, and it can involve obviously things like the mid-journeys or the spatial diffusions, the generative imagery of the world. And in our department, coding assistance, initially that was happening in ChatGPT. It could be Copilot or Replit. Tools like that are really widely used. That's been the biggest game changer for our program. But at Art Center as an institution, I would say the first year. So 2022 was like when AI went mainstream, I guess. It didn't start in 2022, but like I think Midjourney came out in the summer of 2022, if I recall. Spatial diffusion sort of went mainstream, and then in the fall, ChatGPT comes out. And so all of a sudden it was everywhere. And the year that followed, I would say in academia and at Art Center was there's a lot of very vigorous discussion. Some of it quite apocalyptic about IP, I mean, understandably so, IP concerns, concerns about job loss in industry. It was the breakdown really varied discipline by discipline and department by department. I would say in our program specifically, and I'll show you all in a second, actually I'll just show you right now, I'll just click ahead to it. And I'm going to do this out of order. Okay, so I'm going to let this video run. This project was done in the immersion lab in in the fall term of 2022. So this is literally when ChatGPT came out. What you're seeing on the screen, this was an immersion lab project where students are challenged with exploring new forms of interaction. And this particular class was in virtual space. So AR, they were able to do AR. At the time, I have to give a little bit of context for this all to make sense. At the time, there had been articles in the news media about like warehouse occupational hazards in Amazon warehouses and the like. So this team of students is like, we're going to make this AR glasses and a vest, like a safety vest with sensors in it, that will keep warehouse workers safe. So that was the concept of it. This project is being done in the immersion lab. It's being prototyped in VR. So I need to mention right off the bat while you watch this video, we didn't have a warehouse. The students went to IKEA and they photographed and measured giant racks and shelving, and then they built one in Unity. They built a warehouse, and the reason that you're seeing the student with this headset is because they were experiencing the warehouse in VR and simulating in AR. And they had this vest, which you see in a couple of these photos, that has sensors in it. So if the virtual forklift that's speeding past you in the Unity warehouse is about to hit you, you get a tap on your shoulder. And so this thing worked. Now, let me back up and mention, I've been teaching at design school for quite a long time. And a school like Art Center, coding, there's art, there's design, and then there's coding. And we're not Carnegie Mellon, we're not a computer science school, we're not Caltech. So historically, I would say maybe 10% of our students, for whatever reason, they coded before they came to design school. Their mind just really worked that way. They would love to code. They could maybe make a prototype like what I was just playing on the screen. Most students can't. This particular student team, I would say, they were maybe in the middle, pretty astute at coding. They understood how Unity was architected. And this is very important, too, to the human element of AI, of how AI fits in. They were very clear about what they were trying to make. They really understood what they were trying to make and how to articulate it. So keep in mind, no Copilot at this time. This is ChatGPT. I was so excited by this. I'm like, can I screenshot what you're doing? So we did that, and that's what I'm showing you. This is October of 2022. You have to know what you're trying to accomplish in Unity to ask a question like that. But ChatGPT in October of 2022 could already converse with a student and give them code. And they had this project that I'm telling you, this thing would have never worked. It would have worked as a simulation, as a video where we could click a button and we could play the video. It would not have worked in the sense that the machine learning powered forklift that's driving around autonomously in virtual space could cause the sensor in the vest to activate when it's about to touch you in virtual space. That stuff would have never worked. But our students got it working in a week with ChatGPT. And so I mention this because it was a complete paradigm shift in the coding assistant component of AI creative tools. It was an instantaneous paradigm shift, and we see it to this day across all levels of our curriculum and throughout the school. Art and design students are able to make working prototypes of software that they could not make before. So that's exciting.
That lends to the question we got earlier about about the fact that these subject matter experts, you have to know what you're doing in these programs in order to be able to ask the right questions, or else it's not going to happen. On that note, what issues are being discussed at the Art Center in relation to AI? What's coming up?
Yeah, great question. So obviously all of the concerns that we're familiar with in the entertainment industry about IP and changes in the job market, particularly around entry-level jobs. I mean, those are talked about all the time. I do feel that we've reached a little bit of a understanding, even in parts of the school where there's a lot of reticence about AI, that we can't be sending students out into the world not familiar with the tools and their capabilities. So we owe it to the students to embrace it. But the other theme that I also believe, I honestly believe is cut across pretty much all departments and disciplines, is the need for the human to stay at the center. This is like design intent, right? If you're training artists and designers, it has to be their own art or their own design, and it has to be done in some way intentionally. And in order for us to effectively educate the next generation of artists and designers, we really have to double down on the basics. This is something we've heard a few times today, but we're more writing classes, more history classes, the ability to speak and write and articulate your design intent, the ability to reference examples, all of the, like basically basics, and also drawing. So we heard in the last panel, like the whiteboard and the marker board. Like we're on that page too. Like we still teach in the interaction program sketching classes, where we sketch with pen and paper and on whiteboards. And in a way, like the onset of the rapid adoption of AI tools, in a way, probably makes us want to teach like more of those sooner. So yeah, I would say that like back to basics fundamentals, as a complement to the high-powered sort of technology tools, we are absolutely seeing that.
Earlier, you mentioned a little, or, sorry everyone. You mentioned a little earlier some of the changes you've made to curriculum due to the rise of generative AI particularly. What other changes have you been making to curriculum and to academic policy at Art Center?
Okay, yeah, that's a great question too. With regards to academic policy, we just went through a process of revisiting what's called the academic integrity policy. So if you think about any college, probably every college in America has rules about you can't plagiarize writing, you know, for your writing assignment. So obviously we have policies like that too. And we found that with AI, particularly generative tools like ChatGPT and writing, but also to a degree image making tools, we were finding more students having friction with instructors about whether they've crossing lines vis-a-vis appropriating other work. And so we updated the rules, but a part of that policy update has been we really stress students to document their process. Like rather than like don't hide if you're using AI, talk to your teacher about it, figure out what's a smart way to use it. We encourage faculty to sort of say, well, I don't know if it feels like, is that really your intent? Let's try a few iterations of that and see if you're guiding it or if you're just accepting what's coming out of the video generator, for example. Then we want to talk about that. So that I would say like more transparency, more documentation of process on the part of both faculty and students. That's avoiding that, what they call it, phantom AI earlier in the shadow AI. Yeah, shadow AI. Yeah, phantom AI, shadow AI. Oh, one more thing. I want to brag a little bit. Can I do that? Okay. Yes, so here's where I'm going to brag a little bit. We were doing AI before it was cool as well. So in terms of, and this is related actually to your question, back around the 2017, 2018 timeframe, actually AI was kind of in the news then because IBM Watson was all over the news in 2017. And it's heavy on machine learning and AI. And actually Runway, I think around 2018 came out. It's been out for quite a while. And so in our program, I remember being in a faculty meeting like 2017. AI was a little bit in the news in our domain. And look, Art Center, we're very much in the details. So, no screen or button or color or font ever gets picked without a designer thinking about why. And then we were seeing these projects with like, oh yeah, but it just like recognized their expression and it works. Like that part of it just works. And we're like, well, how do you know that works? It's AI. And we're like, but what does that mean? Like how? Like how does the AI work? So they're like, I don't know, it's just AI. Like we just connected to AI. So we were really proud of this. We were like, we have to make a class that in the Art Center spirit gets students hands-on prototyping with AI. It was really hard actually to put this class together because we didn't have all these tools. But so the first iteration, I know we used IBM Watson a number of times. Runway came out. We've been a big fan of Runway because Runway allowed us early on, even with like GPT-2, to be uploading our own training data sets, for example. We've used really simple tools like Teachable Machine, which is, helping us train Google's tools for free, but it also allows us to train computer vision on a laptop without any expensive software. And so what we did is we came up with this like a teaching method where the first half of the class would all be about experimentation, create a data set, train it, document what happens when you update that data set. And we had in the second half it would be like, go ahead and conceptualize a project, and you can cheat a little bit on the prototyping to make it look the way that you think it would look if you had a development team to work with. And we had amazing projects come out of that class. And here, I mean, here's a few, but there was a script writing assistant back in like 2018. We did a class with Under Armour, like a footwear class, and a student was taking AI and agents. That's the little shoe print at the bottom. He met with these running coaches who said, oh yeah, we predict injuries with our runners by looking at the wear patterns on the soles of their shoes over time. So he made this little app where you could, if you're training for a marathon, you could photograph your sole of your shoe like once a week and upload it, and you could get like technique advice. So like super cool stuff like that. And again, these are things that the designers would not have thought of the ideas if they had not been directly engaging with the technology. Yeah, I mean, I think closing thought would be to repeat the centrality of the human in the loop. You know, sometimes we call it, or just the importance of creative endeavors of it coming from us. So if we make creative tools that allow us as artists and designers to get through the tough stuff like debugging code or being able to more quickly generate compositions or options for a project that we're working on, then I feel like that is a superpower that we can leverage. But I do think we need to be really careful, and we certainly try to be as teachers at Art Center to all be very intentional with the way we use it, and we really discourage people from just, well, that's cool, I'm going to run with it. We really want that very deliberate human intent and human judgment to be central to the design and the creative process. Yeah, thank you. I hope that was interesting.
Do I have a runner for some questions? I'd love for, thank you, Olga. Thank you so much. Anybody have questions for Todd Masilko at Art Center? Questions?
I loved your presentation. I'm a big fan of Art Center. Are you offering more courses now for non-graduates, for like courses that are available just to engineers and other people and the public that are specializing in, say, immersive technology or AI duplications or any of the robotic engagement platforms for avatars?
Yeah, that's a great question. So at the moment, we don't, but there is an initiative. We're hoping next summer to be launching not only classes, but possibly some sequences like a certificate program type offerings. So I would say, how should I say, you know, all colleges are bureaucratic in nature. If anybody wanted to email and mention that they're interested in this, it might like grease the wheels a little bit, but we really do want to offer courses for non-degree and certificate offerings. Yeah, thank you for that. Yeah, appreciate it. Yeah, noted. Yes.
Yes, and do send an email to, he'll let you know who we need to email and get this on the, yeah, put a little pressure and say, this is something we want. And for anybody who hasn't used any image generation tools, as a part of the AI Tools for Everyone free course at Caltech CTME, we have some image generation training. And then live, we have community conversations each week in which I'll go over Nano Banana live, because it's so interesting to understand how these tools work. So if you're interested in and you haven't gotten your feet wet in those, we have a link in the back for that free course on demand. Any other questions? Yes.
I just wanted to make a comment about the opening slide I saw of the overlapping domains. Are you familiar with the Eames version of that?
I'm a huge Eames fan. I don't remember the specific chart, but I'm sure I've seen it. Yeah, absolutely. That'd be great.
Great thing.
Any other questions?
Hi, I'm actually in high school, and we're trying to figure out how to integrate AI into our curriculum a bit more, if you have any thoughts on that.
Yeah, I mean, that's a biggie. One comment I'll make with regard maybe to, I'll just give an example with regard to coding. I don't know whether it would work in high school. I guess it depends a little bit on the class, but we do these workshops with non-interaction students at Art Center partly to try to get them interested in our program, right? Just a couple weeks ago, and we used Claude, the latest release of Claude, and we had students with working interactable, I mean, rudimentary, right, but usable interfaces on phones in like 2.5 hours. So, you know, I do think that and I think online resources are a way to figure out maybe activities that, you know, that could be tried in classes, but I really think that for things like coding assistant, getting, you know, basically practicing quick attempt at being an interaction designer, it's easier now than ever, and I think the potential of that as a field and the potential to make an impact as a designer becomes clear, like I said, when you're engaging with it. So just use these tools, tinker with them, and embrace that it's tinkering.
Yeah, and I'll add one thing too, is that at the end of that course I was telling you about, we layer 6 tools, actually 9 tools, but 6 of them are AI tools that you learn in the course. We layer them to get from ideation of a speech and researching the speech and then preparing for the speech and then delivering the speech. And so I would say, one thing I'd say is teach how to layer the tools and not just stick to just one tool, because there's no one Swiss Army knife tool out there yet. And then also, I think all educators should read the MIT study, Your Brain on ChatGPT, because every single curriculum should start with first exhausting the brain and then using large language models, because that research showed us that that is the way to optimize using these LLMs. If you use it preemptively before you exhaust your mind, then it actually is really, really, really bad for our brains in a number of ways. There's, I think, about 5 or 6 different ways. But the one that scares me the most is the how it could lead to Alzheimer's, which is a huge issue, obviously. So I'd say that should be the start, and integrating them and asking the students how. One of the things I love in hearing what I've consulted with high schools to do is to have the students identify what the issues are with the outputs. And so one of a really great one that a professor at Cal State Fullerton taught, and I'll try to remember his name as I'm explaining it, but he would have the students in his sociology class write about what identity is for them. What is identity to you? Who are you? And then they would ask the large language model, what is identity, and then explain who they are. And what would happen is they would see, wow, this thing's way off. It's very average. It's very general. This is not my experience. And so shedding light on what the capabilities are and what it's not able to do is really important. All right, thank you, everyone. That was fantastic. Thank you, Todd. Thank you so much. Now, Michael's coming up to show us the film. Yes?
Okay. Thank you, everyone. We are about to finish and show you your film. If I can ask everyone to join us now and sit down for your film, actually. And I would also like to call again to the stage the creators of this film from Coreality Collective.
Listen up, everybody. Hello? Yes? We're just going to present the film that we've done specifically for this this event. So I'd like you to just crowd closer here, stop talking, listen to what we've done. Right? Please, just take a moment, because people have been hard at work while you've been they're enjoying. We have had a whole team put this movie together, and it's the first time in the world, by the way, that's this has been done. So, yeah, first ever. Thank you to him.
Yeah, I want to thank Sean again for this opportunity, and Caltech, thank you so much, and for the audience for participating. If you were not here in the beginning, my name is Michael Ronen. I'm an immersive designer, creative technologist, and I created this concept called Play Economy, where we participate with the audience in creating content. We brought together here a group of really talented AI artists who took your prompts in the beginning of this session at 9 a.m., and we took those prompts for what is the future of Hollywood Boulevard. We talked about vision reel, creating a Protopia trailer. Maria, Vienna, come join me on stage for a second. Give us some claps here. Brogan, come join us on stage. Okay, so I know there was a bigger group here, but they had to continue working the day. How was the experience of taking a prompt from an audience and knowing that you have to do it on stage, except stressful?
Aside from stressful, I mean, it was fun getting other people's input and being able to, create that into a story.
I really enjoyed seeing a video of both of you in the video. What is the experience of suddenly being with your friend in a movie in Hollywood Boulevard?
Annoying.
Beautiful. You see how much spice we have here. Brogan, what was the experience of prompting as this conference goes? Did you take any input? How did you process all the input that you got here from the audience?
Well, I think it's always interesting when you have your vision that you start off with, and then funnily I'm looking at what they're making, and I see also what he was making too, and I'm like, oh, that's a great idea. I want to try some of that.
Right. There's something about when you have to make this video in really short time in those jams, you sit together and you see what people are doing next to you, and it reminds you a bit of the feeling on a set, on a film set. A really good director of photography told me once, you know, Michael, what happens on set that makes movies are so interesting are the mistakes we human do. Those mistakes, how can we recreate this feeling of mistakes in working with AI? So there's something fun about this jamming. You don't take yourself too seriously. You allow yourself to do mistakes. So once again, thank you so much for participating today. I know it was stressful and fun. So we will all join together and watch the video together in real time. We also have here behind the curtain the person who edited the video throughout. I just want to say, well, thank you so much for doing this. We appreciate you. Welcome. Okay. I don't know if we can, do we want to switch off some of the lights just for the projection itself? Okay, we have some popcorn also. Okay, give us a minute.